Hello, good morning, and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Yesterday, we looked at the Office of Governor. We completed the discussion on union legislature. Then we looked at state machinery. What is state machinery? State executive, state legislature. State executive consists of governor, chief minister, council of ministers, and the advocate general of a state. And state legislature consists of governor, legislative council in 6 states, and the legislative assembly. And then we had an elaborate discussion on the office of governor, and towards the end, we compared the pardoning powers of the president and the governor. There we discussed that president has the power under Article 72 of the Constitution to pardon a convict. And this convict can be even somebody who is sentenced to death. So president alone has the power to pardon somebody who has been convicted under an offense for which he or she was given a death sentence. Governor cannot pardon a death sentence. The governor can commute a death sentence. Now, if you have been reading newspapers regularly, and if you Google search, you will find out that there is a news article and multiple news articles which say governor can pardon a death sentence. Supreme Court says governor can pardon a death sentence. Now governor can also pardon a death sentence. That is a misleading newspaper title, newspaper headline. What is the reality? Let's discuss. Rajiv Gandhi, the then Prime Minister, he lost his power. Then Mr. VP Singh became the Prime Minister. Then the government fell. New elections were to be announced. Rajiv Gandhi was campaigning for the elections, and unfortunately, he was assassinated. And it was later alleged that it is LTTE, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, which is responsible for this assassination. LTTE was a militant organization which was functioning in Sri Lanka, in the northern and eastern part of Sri Lanka. And basically, they wanted a separate country for the Tamils, because Tamil minority were discriminated against by the majority Sinhalas in Sri Lanka. Now, there was an allegation that once Indian army was sent to Sri Lanka to assist the Sri Lankan army, basically to defeat and curb the uprising. And this was not looked at favorably by the LTTE, and they planned assassination, and Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated. Then in this case, there were lots of individuals who were arrested, and most of them were given death sentence as well. Nalini, Pirarivalan, Murugan, so on and so forth. Nalini, she was also sentenced to death, but then she was also expecting. And then on the request of the widow of Rajiv Gandhi, Srimati Sonia Gandhi, her death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. Death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. But over a period of time, when all the others, they were also sentenced to death, they filed mercy petition. Mercy petition before the president, basically saying that we regret whatever has happened. Now have mercy on us, commute our death sentence to life imprisonment. That was their mercy petition. But this mercy petition was not acted upon. It was kept pending by the president. Why? Because president does not have the discretion. President referred this matter to the government of the day. The government sat on this mercy petition, did not advise the president whether you have to accept or reject this mercy petition. Then something else happened. Various crimes were committed. Then a major crime was committed. 2001 Parliament attack. The Indian Parliament was attacked in December 2001, and all the terrorists were gunned down. But there was one individual who was arrested, and this individual was also handed a death sentence. The name is Afzal Guru. Matter went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court upheld this death sentence, saying yes, the collective conscience of the society can only be satisfied if this individual is awarded a capital punishment, death sentence. He also filed a mercy petition. This mercy petition was kept pending. It was kept pending, and then there was a lot of pressure on the government. Why are you not rejecting his mercy petition? Afzal Guru should be hanged. The government's point was that there is a list of individuals who have filed mercy petition before the president. And Afzal Guru's name is somewhere in the middle. First, the president will have to decide all other mercy petitions, and then serially we will come down to Afzal Guru's name and then decide whether Afzal Guru should be hanged or not, whether he should be given death sentence or death sentence should be commuted to life imprisonment. Then came 2008, 26/11, Mumbai attacks, when terrorists from Pakistan attacked the financial capital of India, Mumbai, and held the city hostage for a couple of days. One terrorist, Ajmal Kasab, was caught alive, and very quickly the investigation was completed, the judgment was pronounced, and death sentence was awarded to Ajmal Kasab. This death sentence was confirmed by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court also said this person should be hanged. Matter went to the president because Ajmal Kasab filed a mercy petition. President rejected this mercy petition on the advice of the government, and Ajmal Kasab was hanged. When Ajmal Kasab was hanged, the opposition, particularly the BJP, alleged that why are you shielding Afzal Guru? If previously you said that there is a serial, under the serial list, we have Afzal Guru's name somewhere in the middle. So previously you said first we have to accept or reject the mercy petition of others. Then Afzal Guru's name will be decided. After Afzal Guru's name, there was Ajmal Kasab's name. So how did you hang Ajmal Kasab, but you did not hang Afzal Guru? So you are basically playing politics. Then something happened. In February 2013, Afzal Guru was hanged. He was hanged in the Tihar jail, and his dead body was also buried inside the Tihar jail. But in this case, something happened where the human rights activist alleged that human rights were violated. Afzal Guru was not communicated properly that you are to be hanged on this particular date. In fact, according to various reports, on the day he was to be hanged, in the same morning, he was informed that today, in some few hours, you will be hanged. In fact, Afzal Guru's family was also not informed that Afzal Guru will be hanged. In fact, a letter was sent, a telegram was sent to Afzal Guru's family, and this letter reached Afzal Guru's family after he was already hanged, couple of days later after he was hanged. So the family of Afzal Guru got to know about his hanging through the media. There was a lot of furor that at least an opportunity should have been given to Afzal Guru to meet his family, but that did not happen. Then came a landmark judgment on this capital punishment issue. Shatrughan Singh Chauhan, 2014. What was the issue? Supreme Court, through this judgment, basically humanized capital punishment, death sentence. What was the basic issue in this case? That a person has been convicted by the top court, the Supreme Court, that you are sentenced to death. Now this individual is filing a mercy petition. This mercy petition is kept pending by the government, is kept pending by the executive, is kept pending by the president. Sometimes for 5 years, sometimes for 10 years, sometimes for 20 years, sometimes for 22 years. And that happened with the assassins of former Chief Minister of Punjab, Byan Singh. Rajauna, others, they were also sentenced to death for the assassination of the then Chief Minister of Punjab, Mr. Byan Singh. But those individuals were also not hanged. Why? Because the mercy petition was kept pending. Now the matter before the court was, if there is a delay in the disposal of mercy petition, can this delay be the basis for commutation? Listen to me carefully. Article 72 of the Constitution, pardoning powers of the president. Article 161 of the Constitution, pardoning powers of the governor. Now, what are these pardoning powers? There is pardon, commute, reprieve, respite, remission. We have understood all these terms yesterday. Now, the point is, when an individual has been convicted by the Supreme Court, these individuals approach the President of India, file a mercy petition. But then the mercy petition is kept pending by the government. The government is neither accepting the mercy petition nor rejecting the mercy petition. That means there is a delay. When there is a delay, it amounts to torture. If I am on the death row, if I don't know whether my mercy petition is accepted or rejected, is this not torture? That means I don't know whether I will live tomorrow or not, whether tomorrow my mercy petition will be accepted or rejected. And this torture continues for decades altogether. The Supreme Court said this violates Article 21 of the Constitution, which is right to dignity as well. Even after you are convicted, even after you have been sentenced to a jail term, even then you enjoy certain fundamental rights, because your fundamental rights do not extinguish after you have been convicted and you have been sentenced to jail. Even in jail, your dignity cannot be violated. And then when this mercy petition is pending for 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, 22 years, it amounts to torture. So if there is an inordinate delay, now what is this inordinate delay? Unexplained delay. If we can ask the government, of the day, what is causing the delay? Why is this mercy petition pending for 5, 6, 10, 12, 22 years? And you are not able to explain the reason. What led to this delay? What caused this delay? This delay will be the basis for commutation. That means if there is an inordinate delay, unexplained delay, this delay will lead to commutation. That means your death sentence will be commuted into life imprisonment. Something else. Supreme Court said, give 14 days. If my mercy petition has been rejected today, I should not be hanged today. I should be hanged after 14 days. That means in this 14-day period, maybe I will make peace with my Lord. I will apologize to my Lord. I will regret all the crimes that I've committed so that I can seek forgiveness from Lord. Or I can meet with my family members. I can tell them that this is my property, you distribute it like this. I can settle my worldly affairs. Maybe I can counsel my kids. You should not follow my path. Look where I am. I violated the law and today I will be hanged. Don't do that. Focus on your studies. Focus on your career. Focus on becoming a good human being. Don't become somebody like me. I will settle my worldly affairs. And Supreme Court said, number one, inordinate delay will lead to commutation. But Supreme Court did not insist on the number of years. That means if mercy petition is pending for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, that would mean delay. That would mean inordinate delay. Supreme Court did not insist on the number of years that would constitute delay. Supreme Court said if there is an inordinate delay, unexplained delay, it will lead to commutation. And once the mercy petition is rejected, give 14-day period to this individual so that he can make peace with his Lord, so that he can settle the worldly affairs, and then you hang this individual. But inform the family. Inform the family so that they can have one last meeting with their beloved. And all those who are suffering from mental illness. For example, somebody suffering from schizophrenia, somebody suffering from mental illness, mental disease. These individuals, if they are on death row, if they are to be hanged, they should not be hanged. Their death sentence should be commuted to life imprisonment. And that is what various experts say. It was this Shatrughan Singh Chauhan judgment of 2014 which humanized capital punishment, death sentence in India. And this death sentence can be awarded only in the rarest of the rare cases. What does that mean, rarest of the rare cases? Supreme Court in Bachchan Singh case, 1982. Supreme Court said mandatory death penalty is unconstitutional. What is mandatory death penalty? If for a particular crime, you are mandatorily prescribing capital punishment, death sentence, that is unconstitutional. That means if tomorrow the parliament passes a law and says, whoever commits crime against the state, whoever commits sedition, or whoever commits war against the state, mandatorily that person should be given death sentence, this is unconstitutional. Why? Because the court will have to draw a balance sheet. Balance sheet between aggravating circumstances and mitigating circumstances. If aggravating sentences are more than mitigating circumstances, give death. If mitigating circumstances are more than aggravating circumstances, give life imprisonment. Sir, what is this aggravating and mitigating circumstances? Imagine a situation that I committed a crime. For example, I killed somebody, murder. Matter went to the court. The court will not say that since it is a murder, mandatorily give death sentence to this individual. No. What the judges will have to do, judges will have to give the reason why you are giving a particular sentence, which can be 10 years, 12 years, 14 years. But if the judges are giving capital punishment, death sentence, they have to give special reasons for that. And for that, the court has said, draw a balance sheet. Take a look at list of mitigating circumstances, take a look at list of aggravating circumstances, and then decide whether capital punishment should be given or death sentence should be given. What are these mitigating circumstances? For example, I committed a crime. I committed murder. But who am I? I was a teacher. Who am I? I was somebody who was never in conflict with the law. I have never committed this crime previously. This is my first crime. And this crime was committed in some circumstances. Circumstances such as my family was hungry for the last 10 days. I had nothing to eat. I approached a grocery shop owner that, can you please give me one bread which I can give my family so that they can eat? This owner pushed me to the wall. And in the heat of the moment, I take a knife, stab him in the middle, and then he's dead. Is this a crime? Yes. Should I be punished? Yes. But should I be given death sentence? For that, there are some circumstances in which I committed this crime. I was never a criminal. I committed this crime in the heat of the moment. There is a social issue surrounding me. Maybe I'm suffering from mental illness. All these factors the courts will have to keep into mind, because these mitigating circumstances will speak in my favor. If these mitigating circumstances are more, then I should not be given death sentence. I should be given life imprisonment. But what if there are some aggravating circumstances which aggravate the nature of the crime? For example, December 16, 2012, in a moving bus, a physiotherapy student was gang raped by a few men. Then there was something horrible about that crime. That crime was a hate crime. That was rape, but that was gang rape, but in such a manner that it shook the conscience of the people. In a sense that one individual, one rapist, he used an iron rod, inserted this iron rod into the private part of that lady and ruptured her intestines as well. And then they took turns to rape her. Then they dropped this lady from the moving bus, and then they pushed this moving bus on top of her. These are aggravating circumstances which aggravate the crime. And if we give life sentence to these criminals, then it won't be justice. Death sentence should be given in those cases in which the option of life imprisonment is foreclosed. If you give life imprisonment, it won't lead to justice. It would be injustice. And this is where the courts have been told that you draw a list of mitigating circumstances and aggravating circumstances. Mitigating circumstances which can tell us about the social background of this criminal, which can tell us about the manner in which he committed that crime, which can tell us whether this individual was suffering from any mental illness. Basically, these mitigating circumstances, they speak in favor of the criminal. You will still be punished, but maybe not death, something less than death, life imprisonment. But now, what are these aggravating circumstances? What are these mitigating circumstances? This gives enormous discretion to a judge. If I am a judge, I hear a particular case, but I'm completely against capital punishment. Even if this crime is horrible, I will not give death sentence. But there is another judge who is in favor of capital punishment, even if the crime is minor. Minor crime in the sense, crime is a big crime, but then there are some mitigating circumstances which speak in your favor. Even then, I will give you death sentence. So this entire concept of rarest of rare, where Supreme Court said in Bachchan Singh case that mandatory death sentence is unconstitutional. You cannot give death sentence mandatorily for some offenses. Death sentence can be given only in the rarest of the rare cases. Only in those cases where aggravating circumstances are more than mitigating circumstances. But this leaves enough discretion into the hands of the judges. And the fundamental question was raised by Justice P.N. Bhagwati. Former Chief Justice of India, Justice Bhagwati said, am I to live or die depending upon how benches are constituted from time to time? If my case will go to one judge, he would say, no, this is not the rarest of the rare case, life imprisonment. If my case will go to another judge bench, they will say, no, this is the rarest of the rare case, death sentence should be given to you. Am I to live or die? That's the fundamental question asked by Justice P.N. Bhagwati. Am I to live or die depending upon how benches are constituted from time to time? Is that not arbitrary? Is it not giving enough discretion, wide discretion into the hands of the judges to decide which cases are rarest of the rare? And is this not violative of Article 14 of the Constitution, which talks about right against arbitrariness? This very doctrine, rarest of the rare, is not explained properly. It gives enough discretion into the hands of the judges to decide where death sentence should be given and where life imprisonment should be given. And now a 5-judge bench, 5-judge constitution bench is hearing this matter, that in rarest of the rare cases, what constitutes rarest of the rare case? How judges should arrive at a conclusion whether death sentence should be given or life imprisonment should be given. Because this rarest of the rare doctrine, which has been innovated by the court in Bachchan Singh case 1982, this gives enough discretion into the hands of the judges. But something else. Perarivalan, who was one convict in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, when his mercy petition was pending for a long time, mercy petition was pending, it was neither accepted by the government, president, nor rejected by the president. But because of Shatrughan Singh Chauhan judgment, that whenever there is an inordinate delay, unexplained delay, this unexplained delay would lead to commutation. Perarivalan approached the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, your death sentence is commuted to life imprisonment. This is where it becomes interesting now. Can the governor pardon a death sentence? No. Can governor commute a death sentence? Yes. But can governor commute a life imprisonment? Yes. Now Perarivalan approached the governor, filed a mercy petition that since I have been sentenced to life imprisonment and I have already completed 14 years in jail, because for some cases 14 years is the life imprisonment. I have completed more than 2 decades in jail. Please remit my sentence. That means if I have already completed more than 14 years in jail, in fact, I have completed 2 decades in jail, can you remit my sentence and release me? The governor cannot take this decision on his own. the governor has to refer this matter to the government. And the Tamil Nadu government advised the governor, please remit the sentence and release Perarivalan. The governor did not act on this recommendation. Perarivalan approached the Supreme Court. Perarivalan approached the Madras High Court as well. Madras High Court said, Governor, you have to take a decision. You are bound by the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Chief Minister. The governor basically said, but this Perarivalan case, it was investigated by the central government. Perarivalan was arrested under a law which was passed by the center. So I, as the governor, does not have this power to decide on this mercy petition. He would have to rather approach the President of India. Governor of the day did not act on this report. Matter went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is again asking the governor, do something. You have to act on the advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Chief Minister. The governor is not acting at all. When the governor is not acting at all, Perarivalan approached the Supreme Court again, and Supreme Court said, under Article 142 of the Constitution, Perarivalan is free. You are set free. Why? Under Article 142 of the Constitution, the Supreme Court can give any order, can issue any judgment so as to give complete justice. In this case, Supreme Court said he was sentenced to death. Then he filed a mercy petition. This mercy petition was not acted upon by the President of India. When mercy petition was not acted upon by the President of India, it led to inordinate delay. Then based on Shatrughan Singh Chauhan judgment, death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. Now when you are sentenced to life imprisonment means for how many years? Does it mean for the entire life of an individual? Or does it mean for 14 years? Does it mean for 20 years? Does it mean for 25 years? Governor of the state has the power to remit the sentence. And previously, the position was, listen to me carefully, this is where it becomes confusing for the journalists, but should not become confusing for you. Listen to me patiently, carefully. According to Criminal Procedure Code, if there is an individual who has been sentenced to life imprisonment, can this life imprisonment be remitted? That means, can this life imprisonment be reduced to, let's say, 5 years or 10 years? Yes. But for that, this individual should have mandatorily spent 14 years in jail. That means an individual who has been sentenced to life imprisonment, this individual, unless and until he has spent 14 years in jail, this individual cannot be eligible for remission. That means if at all, his number of years are to be reduced, because what happens in remission? The number of years of punishment reduces. This individual is eligible for remission only after completing 14 years in jail. Now the question before the court was, is this overriding Article 161 of the Constitution, which is the pardoning power of the governor? What? Can governor remit a sentence even without completing 14 years? If somebody is sentenced to 14 years in jail, can this individual, his sentence be remitted, reduced, even before completing 14 years? Supreme Court said yes. That's the pardoning power of the governor. So even if you spend 1 year in jail or 1 day in jail, the governor has the pardoning power. The governor can remit your sentence because after all, it's a political decision to be taken by the government. And whatever advice is given by the Council of Ministers, that is binding on the governor of the day. But then something else happened. Now the question was, if this is a crime for which the punishment can be death. For example, I have committed murder. For murder, can I be given death sentence? Yes. But I was not given death sentence. I was given life imprisonment. Listen to me carefully. Perarivalan, he committed a crime for which death sentence can be given. In fact, he was also given death sentence, but his death sentence was now commuted to life imprisonment. Can an individual who has committed a crime for which death sentence is an option, but he was not given death sentence, he was given life imprisonment, can the governor remit that life sentence even without completing 14 years? The Supreme Court said yes, because Article 161 is a separate power. Criminal Procedure Code is a separate law altogether. The governor can remit the sentence of an individual who could have been sentenced to death, but was not given death sentence, was given life imprisonment. This individual, even before completing 14 years, his sentence can be remitted by the governor. And that is what misleadingly the newspaper said: governor can pardon a death sentence. Governor cannot pardon a death sentence. Governor can pardon a sentence, which is life imprisonment, but for a crime for which death sentence could also have been given, for which death sentence was also an option, but you were not given death sentence, you were given life imprisonment. Now, when can the governor commute your life sentence, remit your sentence, maybe set you free? This can happen at any point in time, even before this individual has completed 14 years in jail. Long story short, there is Article 72, which is the pardoning power of the president. There is Article 161, there is pardoning power of the governor. What are these powers? Pardon, commute, remission, respite, reprieve. We have understood them. Now, all these decisions by the president and the governor, they are to be taken on the advice of the chief minister and council of ministers, on the advice of the prime minister and the council of ministers. But can the president and the governor keep mercy petition pending? There is an inordinate delay, long delay, unexplained delay. Supreme Court in Shatrughan Singh Chauhan said, if there is an inordinate delay, it will lead to commutation. If somebody is suffering from mental sickness, lead to commutation. If your mercy petition is rejected, give 14 days for this convict so that he can make peace with God, so that he can meet with his family and settle the worldly affairs. Communicate to that family that this person is about to be hanged after 14 days. But what about Perarivalan case? Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated, individuals were arrested, and they were sentenced to death. One was Nalini. Nalini was expecting. The widow of Rajiv Gandhi approached the court and said, I want to plead before you, commute her death sentence to life imprisonment because she's expecting a child. The court agreed. Nalini's death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. What about others? Murugan, Perarivalan and others. Perarivalan, he completed 30 years in jail. When he completed more than 30 years in jail, his mercy petition was pending before the president. It was not acted upon. Matter went to the court. The court said, since there is an inordinate delay, Perarivalan, your death sentence is commuted to life imprisonment. Now, once it has been commuted to life imprisonment, this is where the governor can come into the picture. This is where the state government can come into the picture, because the governor can remit the life imprisonment, can go for remission, because now you are sentenced to life imprisonment. Now I can remit it. The chief minister and the council of ministers of Tamil Nadu advised the governor that please remit the sentence. Since he has already completed more than 2 decades in jail, he has completed mandatory 14 years of life imprisonment. Now we will set him free. The governor sat on this recommendation, did not act. Matter went to the court. The Supreme Court said you are bound by the advice of the chief minister and his council of ministers. Perarivalan, since there is an inordinate delay, the governor is not disposing of your mercy petition, neither accepting it nor rejecting this. We are setting you free. Article 142 of the Constitution gives us the power. We can issue any order so as to give complete justice. And after this Perarivalan judgment, other convicts in Rajiv Gandhi case, they were also released because they completed more than 14 years in jail They were also released by the courts. But what is this misleading statement in newspapers? Governor can pardon a death sentence. Because you will search and you will find out governor can now pardon a death sentence. What is that? That is misleading. Why is that misleading? What the court has basically said is that if there is an individual who has committed a crime for which there could have been a death sentence, but death sentence was not given, life imprisonment was given. This life imprisonment, when it was given, even before completing 14 years, the governor can remit the sentence, which means the newspaper said governor can pardon a death sentence. Governor cannot pardon a death sentence. Governor can pardon somebody who was sentenced for a crime for which death sentence could have been an option, but was not given death sentence, was given life imprisonment, even before completing 14 years in jail. Because previously it was mandatory. Somebody who has been sentenced to life imprisonment, remission could not have taken place without completing 14 years. Now the court has said, doesn't matter. The governor can come into picture at any point in time. Even if you have not spent 14 years in jail, we can also release you. This is the pardoning power of the president and the governor. Any questions? Let me know. Under what provisions convicts of Bilkis Bano were released? Bilkis Bano was raped. Her child was also hit against a rock, also died. And there were individuals who were held responsible for that. But they spent more than 14 years in jail. They were sentenced to life imprisonment. They were not sentenced to death. They were sentenced to life imprisonment. Once they have been sentenced to life imprisonment and they have already completed 14 years in jail, according to prison rules, because prison is a state subject, different states have different prison rules. According to prison rules, once you have completed 14 years in jail, then we will analyze you. I have completed 14 years in jail, then there will be an advisory body set up by the prison authorities. And they will look at me and see if my conduct in the jail was good or bad. Is there a potential that I have now reformed and I can now go back to the society? If yes, then I will be released. That means after completing 14 years, I will be released. Bilkis Bano's rapists, they completed more than 14 years in jail. According to the prison authorities, their conduct in the jail was good. They cooperated with the police. They cooperated with the jail authorities. Now they are, in a sense, reformed, and we are ordering their release. And they have been released. Whether this is right or wrong, that's for the court to decide now, because the matter is before the court. Who can convert death sentence to life imprisonment? Governor as well as president. Can governor commute death sentence to life imprisonment? Yes. But he cannot pardon. He cannot pardon a death sentence. He can commute a death sentence. Okay. Now let's look at union territories. Listen to me carefully. If you understood this, you have understood entire union territories chapter. Article 1, Clause A. What does it say? India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. And this phrase under Article 1, Clause A, union of states, does not include union territories. What does that mean? Dr. Ambedkar said, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. This term, union of states, basically means federation of states. That means ours is a federal polity. But I've used the phrase union of states for two reasons, and we have discussed those reasons. India is not the result of an agreement between states, and no state can secede, can come out of the Union of India. Clear? But nevertheless, India is a federal polity according to Dr. Ambedkar. And what happens in a federal polity? There are two important characteristics. There are 5 characteristics, but we will focus on 2 right now. 2 most important characteristics of a federal constitution are dual government and distribution of powers. India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. But this term union of states is federation of states for our understanding. Why? Because Indian constitution is federal. Indian polity is federal according to the architect of the Indian constitution, Dr. Ambedkar. And in a federal polity, there are 2 important characteristics. Dual government, which means one government at the center, government in every state as well. This dual government is not present in union territories, because union territories are directly controlled by the center. When union territories are directly controlled by the center, that means there is no dual government. There is no one government in a union territory, one government at the center, because center controls the union territory. When there is no dual government, there is no distribution of powers either. Because who makes law for a union territory? The Parliament of India. Which means when there is no dual government, because President is the executive head of all these union territories, when there is no distribution of powers, which means the Parliament is making laws for all the union territories, when there is no dual government, there is no distribution of powers, that means this phrase, union of states, does not include union territories. But nevertheless, union territories are part of India, part of the territory of India. Because Article 1, Clause C says, the territory of India shall consist of states, union territories, and acquired territories. That means under Article 1, yes, union territories are part of the territory of India, but they are not part of this phrase known as union of states. Why? Because they are directly controlled by the center. Who is the executive head of the center? President. That means President is the head of the central government. President is the head of these union territories as well. When there is no distribution of powers, that means union territories will not have their own legislative assembly. Then in absence of legislative assembly, who can make law for that union territory? Parliament. That means center is the executive head of a union territory. Center is making laws for union territory. That means there is no dual government. There is no distribution of powers. Union territories are directly controlled by the center. Why? Why not? Why are the exceptions? And should union territories continue in India? That's the key question that we will try to understand today. First, we will look at what are the different union territories that we have and why are there so many union territories in India. There are 8 UTs in India. 8 UTs in the sense, for political and administrative reasons, we have Delhi and Chandigarh. Administrative reasons, Delhi is the capital of India. That is why Delhi is a union territory. So to administer Delhi better, why Delhi? Because in Delhi you have Parliament of India. In Delhi you have Central Secretariat. In Delhi you have the Supreme Court of India. In Delhi you have the embassies of foreign countries as well. So to manage all these important things, which are directly the responsibility of the center, because foreign policy is under center. To implement foreign policy, to enact foreign policy, we have these foreign embassies in Delhi. Clear? Similarly, Parliament, which is the central lawmaking body, is in Delhi. Supreme Court, which is the federal Supreme Court, it is in Delhi. Central Secretariat is in Delhi. Since Delhi caters to the business of the central government, that is why Delhi is a union territory. Clear? Chandigarh, for example, it was part of Punjab. And Punjab was to be reorganized. Reorganized in the sense, Punjab was to be divided. Punjab, Haryana, and the hilly areas of Punjab became Himachal Pradesh. But now the dispute was between Punjab and Haryana over this beautiful city, Chandigarh. Chandigarh, designed by French architect Le Corbusier. French Chandigarh, known as the smokeless city, a beautiful city, which is along the grid pattern, something that we see in Indus Valley civilization as well. The Indus Valley civilization was in the form of a grid pattern, the same grid pattern we see in Chandigarh as well. But basically now the dispute was on Chandigarh, whether Chandigarh will be part of Punjab or Haryana. Punjab said it's ours. Haryana said it's ours. The central government, because the parliament has the power to reorganize the state, parliament basically said Chandigarh will remain a union territory for 10 years. After 10 years, we will decide whether Chandigarh will be part of Punjab or Chandigarh will be part of Haryana. This was way back in 1950s, and today in 2023, these 10 years are not over yet because this dispute has not been resolved yet. So Chandigarh continues to be a union territory because of a political reason, because we don't have a political solution. After all, it has to be a political solution, whether Chandigarh will be given to Punjab or Haryana. For their cultural distinctiveness, Puducherry is a union territory. Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, this is a union territory. Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, previously these were two union territories. Daman and Diu, one union territory. Dadra and Nagar Haveli, another union territory. But effective 26 January 2020, these two union territories were merged. It is now one union territory. Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu. It's one union territory. Prior to this date, these used to be separate union territories. But this is what is mentioned in Lakshmikant. But to be honest, I don't know what Lakshmikant was smoking when he wrote this book, because that's not the reason why we have union territories. But we will first look at what Mr. Lakshmikant writes, then I will tell you the real reason why we have union territories. For strategic importance, according to Lakshmikant, Andaman and Nicobar Islands and Lakshadweep in the Arabian Sea, Andaman and Nicobar in the Bay of Bengal, because of their strategic location, they are the union territories. Jammu and Kashmir was made a union territory in 2019, Ladakh in 2019. Ladakh, because the government said it was the long pending demand of Ladakhis to be made union territory. That's what the central government says, that it was the long pending demand of the people of Ladakh that we should become a union territory. Respecting their demand, we have made Ladakh a union territory. And Jammu and Kashmir will remain a union territory for some time, after which it will be upgraded back to the state. That's what the central government says. Why? Because there is some security problem in Jammu and Kashmir. There is cross-border terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. There is lack of security in Jammu and Kashmir. And for that reason, till the security situation stabilizes, Jammu and Kashmir will remain a union territory. After that, it will be given statehood again. But when we look at all these union territories, there is no uniformity. Uniformity in the sense, we have 3 UTs which are different and 5 UTs are different. There are UTs such as Delhi, Puducherry, and Jammu and Kashmir. All of them will have a legislative assembly, chief minister and council of ministers as well. Not for J&K right now, but J&K will have a legislative assembly. J&K will have a chief minister and council of ministers. And Delhi and Puducherry, they have legislative assemblies as well. They have chief ministers and council of ministers as well. So the first thing that we discussed, that 2 characteristics, no dual government, no distribution of powers for union territories. But why is it that Delhi, Puducherry and J&K, they have legislative assembly as well, they have the chief minister as well? We'll discuss that in a moment. But 5 other union territories, be it Chandigarh, be it Andaman and Nicobar, be it Lakshadweep, be it Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, or be it Chandigarh, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep, Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli. What else is left? Ladakh. I thought this is Ladakh, so I was confused. Where is Ladakh now? These 5 union territories, they neither have legislative assembly nor chief minister and council of ministers, which means they are directly under the control of the center. Parliament makes laws for them. President exercises the executive powers over all these union territories. So these union territories are directly under the control of the center. These union territories are also under the control of the center, but with some difference. That is why we say if all 8 union territories are to be looked at, we can't look at them through the same prism because there is no uniformity in the administrative structure. Why? Let's discuss. First, we will look at this topic from the prelims perspective. Then we will look at this topic from the mains perspective. First, let's understand the facts. When we say the administrative structure, president is the executive head of all union territories. I have used all in capitals. Why? Because all UTs, including Delhi, Puducherry, Jammu and Kashmir, all UTs, the executive head is the President of India. Who is the executive head of Rajasthan? Governor. Who is the executive head of Madhya Pradesh? Governor. Who is the executive head of the central government? President of India. But since these union territories are directly under the control of the center and this central's executive head is the president, president is the executive head of all these union territories. But president administers union territories through his officers, and these officers are suitably named. What president does? He is the executive head of all these union territories, so he administers all the union territories. Whether law and order, whether police, whether day-to-day administration, who handles the administration of all these union territories? President. But president cannot be present in all these union territories. So president administers these union territories through his officers, and these officers can be suitably named. Suitably named in the sense, for some UTs, it can be a lieutenant governor. For some UTs, it can be an administrator. For some union territories, it can be a chief commissioner. For example, we have lieutenant governor in Delhi, lieutenant governor in Puducherry, lieutenant governor in Jammu and Kashmir, but we have an administrator in Lakshadweep. We have an administrator in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. We have an administrator in Ladakh. So these officers who administer these union territories on behalf of the President of India, they can be suitably named. Some of them can be called lieutenant governor, some of them can be called administrator, some of them can be called chief commissioner. That's the job of the president, to suitably name these officers. And then all these union territories, for example, Delhi, Puducherry, they also have a chief minister. They also have the council of ministers. But the chief minister and the council of ministers, although they run the union territories on a day-to-day basis, but the real power is still with the President of India. Who appoints the chief minister of a state? Governor. Who appoints the chief minister of Delhi? Can anybody tell me who appoints the chief minister of Delhi? Chief Minister of Delhi is not appointed by Lieutenant Governor, is appointed by the President. Although the oath is issued, oath is given by the Lieutenant Governor, but Lieutenant Governor administers oath to the Chief Minister on the recommendations of the President, on behalf of the President of India. Since President is the executive head of all these union territories, President appoints the Chief Minister of Delhi, President appoints the Ministers of Delhi, President appoints the Chief Minister of Puducherry and Ministers of Puducherry. Why Delhi and Puducherry have Chief Minister and Council of Ministers? Again, we will discuss slightly later. But when it comes to legislative structure, all the 5 UTs, who makes laws for them? Parliament. Because these 5 UTs, Ladakh, Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep, Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Chandigarh, since they do not have legislative assembly, these are directly under the control of the center, and center has a parliament. So parliament will make laws for all these union territories as well. But what about Delhi? And what about Puducherry? Delhi has a legislative assembly. Legislative assembly has 70 MLAs. This Delhi legislative assembly can make law on all items in state list and concurrent list, except law and order, land, police. Delhi, Puducherry, and later Jammu and Kashmir as well. We will exclude Jammu and Kashmir because right now it's directly under the control of the center. Till the time it is union territory, it will be under the control of the center. Even if they have a legislative assembly tomorrow, even if they have a chief minister tomorrow, they will still be under the control of the center. Clear? Delhi and Puducherry, for example, let's take the example of Delhi. Delhi has a legislative assembly. As legislative assembly, it can make laws on any item mentioned in the state list and concurrent list. Clear? Except Delhi legislative assembly cannot make a law on land, law and order, police. Which means even if these items are there in the state list, but Delhi has been deprived of these roles, Delhi assembly cannot make a law on law and order, land and police. Even then, listen to me carefully, even then, Parliament can still make a law. Parliament can still make a law for Delhi and Puducherry. Even if they have a legislative assembly, Parliament can still make a law on any item mentioned in the state list, any item mentioned in the concurrent list, any item mentioned in the union list. Which means despite the fact that Delhi and Puducherry, they have a legislative assembly, but since they are still union territories, even if they have a legislative assembly, Parliament can still make a law on any item mentioned in the state list, union list and concurrent list. What about the judicial structure? All UTs except J&K and Delhi come under the jurisdiction of neighboring high courts. Jammu and Kashmir has its own high court. Delhi has its own high court. All other union territories, they do not have their own high courts, which means they come under the jurisdiction of the neighboring high court. For example, Ladakh will come under the jurisdiction of Jammu and Kashmir High Court. Similarly, Lakshadweep, for example, will come under the jurisdiction of Kerala High Court. Andaman and Nicobar Islands, they will come under the jurisdiction of the Calcutta High Court. Puducherry will come under the jurisdiction of the Madras High Court. That means all the other union territories, they come under the jurisdiction of the neighboring high courts. They do have subordinate judiciary. Subordinate judiciary in the sense, they will have district courts. But if you are not satisfied with the verdict of the district court, normally you approach the high court. But which high court do you approach? If you are from Puducherry, you can approach the Madras High Court. If you are from Ladakh, you can approach the Jammu and Kashmir High Court. If you are from Lakshadweep, you can approach the Kerala High Court. That means you can approach the High Court of the neighboring state. And then if you are not still satisfied, you can approach the Supreme Court. Clear? Only two union territories, Jammu and Kashmir and Delhi, they have their own high courts. No other union territory has its own high court. They come under the jurisdiction of the neighboring high courts. These are facts. These facts can be relevant for your prelims examination. Article 239 capital A talked about Union Territory of Puducherry. Article 239 double A talked about Union Territory of Delhi. But why do we have these union territories? Let's understand the root cause of the existence of union territories. Union territories, some people say, these are outcasts in a democracy. Why outcasts in a democracy? Fundamental question that you should be asking is, why union territories, which are directly administered by the central government since 1950s, and they have highly curtailed democratic rights for their people? Why curtailed democratic rights? I can elect my MLA in Karnataka, but Ladakhis cannot elect their MLAs. People in Ladakh, right now there are protests in Ladakh as well. One scientist is also protesting. Why? Because they say we are ruled by the bureaucrats. We can't elect our representatives. If these representatives are elected by us, we can hold them accountable as well. But bureaucrats, they have a fixed tenure. Even if they will not work for the people of Ladakh, they will still hold that office. In a sense, they are not going to serve the people of Ladakh. That is why Ladakhis were saying that we were better with Jammu and Kashmir. At least we had a voice. At least we had an MLA or we had an elected chief minister and we can hold them accountable. So why is it that union territories, which are directly controlled by the central government since 1950s, and the people of these union territories, they have highly curtailed democratic rights? But what about citizens of other states? That is not the case with Madhya Pradesh. That is not the case with Gujarat. That is not the case with Telangana. When we talk about we, the people of India, are we segregating people? Is it not violative of Article 14? That you are giving certain privileges to the people who are part of the states and you are giving less privileges to these individuals who are part of the union territories. Why are these union territories existing in the first place? Because the citizens of these union territories, they have highly curtailed democratic rights. What rationale does the state have in discriminating and treating some of its people as lesser citizens by denying them a representative government at all levels? Madhya Pradesh has a chief minister, legislative assembly. Ladakh does not have it. Lakshadweep does not have it. Andaman and Nicobar does not have it. Chandigarh does not have it. Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli does not have it. Why are they deprived of their representative government? That's the question that you should be asking. And the answer to this question lies in the report of the States Reorganization Commission, 1955. At that time, I've told you previously that we had Part A, Part B, Part C, Part D territories. Part A, those areas which were under the Governor General. Part B, those areas which were the princely states. Part C and D had areas which were directly under the control of the center. That means in princely states, they had their own government. In Bombay, Madras, Calcutta, which were part of Part A states, they had their own legislature as well. But these Part C and Part D territories, they were directly under the control of the chief commissioner. That means they did not have elected governments. Part C had areas such as Delhi. Part D had areas such as Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Now, the question before the States Reorganization Commission was, how do we reorganize the entire country? And the States Reorganization Commission said, all these Part C and Part D states should be either converted into a state or should be merged with the neighboring states. Because democracy is important. These Part C and Part D territories, which are directly under the control of the chief commissioner, where they don't have elected governments, where they are directly controlled and administered by the chief commissioner, who was appointed by the Governor General. these states either convert them into states or merge them with the neighboring states, because democracy is important. But States Reorganization Commission said, except three areas, all other areas should be either made states or they should be merged with the neighboring states. Which are these three areas where instead of creating states, we should create union territories? Delhi, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and Manipur. So States Reorganization Commission, because of its emphasis on democracy, that there should be democracy in all the territories of India, representative democracy, where people will elect their representatives, hold them accountable as well, where not the center but the states themselves, they should govern their respective territories, because we are a federal polity where there is dual government, where there is distribution of powers. But despite emphasizing on democracy, States Reorganization Commission said, except three areas, all other territories should be converted into states or they should be merged with the neighboring states, except three. Which are these three? Delhi, Manipur, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. States Reorganization Commission was asked why. States Reorganization Commission said, for administrative, for security, and other compelling reasons. That is why I told you, I don't know what Mr. Lakshmikant was smoking when he wrote this book, because that is not for the reason cultural and linguistic distinctiveness, strategic location. That is why we have union territories. That's not the case. We have union territories because of this. Because States Reorganization Commission, which called for reorganization of the entire country, it recommended all territories should be states with dual government, with distribution of powers, except three. Which are these three? Delhi, because of administrative reasons. Why Delhi? Because Delhi is a union territory. Delhi should be a union territory because it's the capital. Delhi previously was a state. And this state was converted into a union territory in 1956. States Reorganization Commission said, in Delhi, if we give them democracy, it would prove costly. Costly in the sense, Delhi is the capital of India. And in the capital of India, it caters to the business of the central government. That means if Delhi is the capital, you will see the central parliament in Delhi. You will see the Supreme Court in Delhi. You will see Central Secretariat in Delhi. You will see embassies of foreign countries in Delhi. If Delhi is given a statehood, if Delhi becomes a full-fledged state, that means who has the control over law and order? State government. Who has the control over land? State government. Maybe a new country has emerged. Mr. Modi goes there and has diplomatic relations. Now this country wants to have an embassy in Delhi. Kejriwal says, I will not give you land. I want to embarrass Modi ji. You want to have diplomatic relations? I will not give you land. Do whatever you have to say. So land is under the central government. Similarly, police. There are embassies of foreign countries. There is central parliament, central secretariat, prime minister, vice president, all the ministers, president. Who has the responsibility to ensure security to them? Should not be given to the state, should be given to the center. That is why Delhi States Reorganization Commission said it becomes easier to administer Delhi if it is a union territory. Why? Because it is the capital. And look at the capitals of other countries. Look at Canberra in Australia. Despite the fact that Australian constitution is federal, Canberra is directly controlled by the center. The oldest federal constitution of the world, United States of America, Washington, D.C., their capital, Washington District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., their capital is directly controlled by the center, not by the states, not by an individual state. So despite the fact that Australia is a federal polity, United States is a federal polity, their capitals are controlled directly by the center. In the same fashion, India is also a federal polity, but our capital will be directly controlled by the center because this capital deals with the business of the central government. So Delhi will be a union territory for administrative reasons. Manipur for security reasons. Why? Because Manipur is under armed insurgency. There are militants. There are terrorists who are trying to liberate what they call liberate Manipur. They want to make Manipur come out of the Union of India. So we will not entrust, and we should not entrust the security apparatus, security situation to the respective state government. It should be a union territory so that center can directly deal with the insurgency, militancy in Manipur. And Andaman and Nicobar will be a union territory for other compelling reasons. Which are these other compelling reasons? States Reorganization Commission did not explain. It's basically a vague classification. Other compelling reasons. It's like, sir, why are you not taking the class today? There is a compelling reason. It's a vague term. Tell us exactly what is that compelling reason. You don't want to take the class? You have to go to a restaurant? You have to go and play? What exactly is the reason? Why are you not taking the class? If I don't want to answer, I'll say there is a compelling reason. And that is why sometimes, if an event is cancelled due to unavoidable circumstances, the event could not take place. You don't want to explain the reason why. That's you're saying. That's why you're writing due to unavoidable circumstances. Because of the circumstances beyond our control, we are not going ahead with this event. Other compelling reasons. What is this other compelling reason? We don't know. And Andaman and Nicobar is a union territory. But instead of 3, center in 1956 created 6 UTs. It did not accept the report of the States Reorganization Commission in its entirety because States Reorganization Commission had recommended 3 union territories, and the parliament, the central government, instead created 6 union territories. Union territories such as Lakshadweep, union territories such as Tripura, union territories such as the Himachal Pradesh. So instead of creating 3, 6 union territories were created. And over a period of time, States Reorganization Commission, it was basically asked to explain its position. Why did you deviate from democracy, representative democracy, and instead recommend direct central control over some territories in India? Why did you recommend creating more union territories? If you recommended 3, the government made 6, but why do we have union territories in the first place? States Reorganization Commission said, basically for 2 reasons. So what are these 2 reasons? Number 1, low population base. Number 2, lack of resources, which basically makes your dependence on the center for funds. Why? States Reorganization Commission said that there are some areas in India where the population is very, very low. For example, Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep. If we give them representative democracy, it would become costly. Costly in the sense, we have to organize legislative assembly elections there. We have to set up a legislative assembly. We may have to set up a high court as well. We may have to set up and give ministries, chief minister, their expenses, so on and so forth. It is going to prove costly because right now we are not a rich country. It will prove costly to have statehood to these important union territories because the population is so less. If for the small population we give democracy, it would become costly. Because for few lakh people, why should we give it a statehood? It should be directly under the control of the center. Other areas where the population is high, we have to give them democracy. That is why they are given statehood. But there are some areas which have a very low population base. If we give democracy to them, it would prove to be costly. That is why they will be a union territory. And in any case, there are other sectors, there are other territories which cannot raise revenue on its own, which cannot raise and generate revenue on their own. They will almost always be dependent upon the center for funds. For example, Andaman and Nicobar Island, it cannot raise its own revenue. There cannot be massive industrialization in Andaman and Nicobar. Or the logic that they gave for Himachal Pradesh later, that Himachal Pradesh is a hilly area. If we have to organize development in Himachal Pradesh, we will have to cut down mountains, we have to level down the mountains and then set up industries. It will wreak havoc for the nature, for the ecology and environment of that area. So Himachal Pradesh will be almost always dependent upon the center for funds. If the center has to give you funds to run your government, why should you be a state? Instead, you should be a union territory, because in any case, you're dependent upon the center. Let center control you. But these two logics may have worked, may have found some resonance in the 1950s or 60s, but they are no longer relevant today. Why? Listen to me carefully. When Mizoram was given statehood, the population of Mizoram was 6 lakhs. Yet it is a state with just 6 lakh population. When Arunachal Pradesh was given statehood, its population was 8 lakhs. When Sikkim was admitted into India as a state, it was not admitted as a union territory. It was admitted as an associate state, and 1 year later it became a full-fledged state. What was the population of Sikkim? When Sikkim was made a state, 2.5 lakhs. And what is the population of Delhi? More than 140 countries of the world. What is the population of Puducherry? More than all the three combined. What is the population of Jammu and Kashmir? Clearly one of the bigger states when it comes to population. Then this reason that because of low population growth or low population base, that is why we have created some union territories. It does not ring logic. Why? Because then why is Mizoram a state? Why was Mizoram given a statehood when its population was 6 lakhs? Why was Arunachal given a statehood when its population was 8 lakhs? Why was Sikkim given a statehood when its population was 2.5 lakhs? And lack of resources? With no offense, but then the entire Northeast should be a union territory. Because Northeast, all the 7 sisters, Sikkim, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, all these are basically special category states. And all these special category states, they are more dependent upon the center for funds. So if your logic was there are some territories which have a low population base, that is why we have made them union territory, why are these 3 not union territories? Or if your logic was that there are some territories which are almost always dependent upon the center for funds, that is why we have made them union territories, then by that logic, 7 northeastern states, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, all these should also have been union territories. So these two arguments given in the 1950s, they no longer are valid today. And that is why the question is, should union territories with curtailed democratic rights for their people, should it continue to operate in India, or should it be merged with the neighboring states, or should they be given statehood? Something happened in Delhi. 1993, National Capital Territory of Delhi. Delhi was given a legislative assembly. Initially, it was a state, but in 1956, it was converted into a union territory. Until 1993, it did not have its legislative assembly. It was only a union territory. 1993, it was given a legislative assembly. Then it had a chief minister, it had the council of ministers, and it continued. Initially, it was the BJP which was governing Delhi. Then for 3 terms, Sheila Dikshit of the Congress, she was the chief minister of Delhi. Until that time, nobody realized that there is some problem, because there used to be no tussle, no conflict between the chief minister and the lieutenant governor appointed by the president. Then came 2015. Aam Aadmi Party came back to power. The first election for Aam Aadmi Party was in 2013, wherein it bagged 28 of the 70 seats. But then with the support of the Congress, it was able to form the government. But then this government lasted for 49 days. And then the government resigned. Mr. Kejriwal resigned. Why? Because he wanted to focus on the Lok Sabha elections. And that is why sometimes he is known as AK-49. He was the government. He ruled Delhi for 49 days. AK, Arvind Kejriwal, AK, instead of AK-47 assault rifle, he was referred to as AK-49. But be that as it may, 2015 elections were held in Delhi. Out of 70, 67 seats were bagged by Aam Aadmi Party, 3 seats were bagged by the BJP. But then when Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Kejriwal became the chief minister, Aam Aadmi Party decided to form the government, continued, and then implemented some of the policies, passed certain bills in the Legislative Assembly. He realized the peculiarity of Delhi. Because although you are a chief minister, but you don't have enough power. Although you have a Legislative Assembly, 14 bills were passed by Delhi Legislative Assembly. All these bills were blocked by the Lieutenant Governor, appointed by the center. Mr. Najib Jung. Najib Jung was previously the Vice Chancellor of Jamia Millia Islamia. Later on was appointed as the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi by the President of India. Now Mr. Kejriwal and the Legislative Assembly is passing bills. One by one, these bills are sent to Lieutenant Governor. Lieutenant Governor is not signing these bills, blocking these bills. Basically telling Mr. Kejriwal that I am the government. Delhi is a union territory. 18 million people who voted in Delhi Legislative Assembly, they quickly realized that their value of vote is zilch, zero. Because the real power is not with the people elected by them. The real power is with the unelected Lieutenant Governor appointed by the President of India. Matter went to the Delhi High Court. Delhi High Court was asked by Mr. Kejriwal, my lord, what's happening? He said, what's happening? I am elected by the people. I have a Legislative Assembly. We pass laws. Yes, we know we cannot pass a law on land, law and order, and police. But what about other matters? What about day-to-day affairs? Whatever action we take, Lieutenant Governor says, no, overruled. I will decide how to run Delhi. Who is running Delhi? Him or us? We are elected by the people. He is unelected, appointed by the center. Delhi High Court said, Mr. Kejriwal, come here. Listen to me carefully. He said, what? Is Delhi a state or a union territory? Sir, it's a union territory. Then who are you? Sir, I'm the elected chief minister. Who are you? Sir, elected chief minister. You are nothing. The real power is with the Lieutenant Governor because Delhi is a union territory. Long story short, full stop, please go. Then the Delhi government approached the Supreme Court in 2018. And now 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court is hearing this matter. Justice Deepak Misra is the Chief Justice of India. My lord, I have an issue. What is the issue, Mr. Kejriwal? I am elected by the people. You tell us, is democracy part of the basic structure of the Constitution? Yes. So in a democracy, if people have elected us and we are accountable to the people, why is this unelected individual acting as an impediment? He says he is the government. Then if he is the government, why do we have a Legislative Assembly? Why do we have a chief minister? Why do we have council of ministers? Then what are we here for? Are we here to just advise the governor? Or is our advice binding on the Lieutenant Governor? Because Constitution says there shall be chief minister for Delhi, council of ministers for Delhi, to aid and advise the Lieutenant Governor. For governors, we know this advice is binding on the governor. But for a Lieutenant Governor, please tell us, is this advice binding or not? Because Jung says, it's a jung, it's a war. Your advice is not binding on me. 5-judge constitution bench of the Supreme Court said, real government in Delhi is that of Chief Minister and Council of Ministers, except land, law and order, and police. Except these three, Delhi government has the power to implement all the policies, decisions. But you communicate all these decisions to Lieutenant Governor. Lieutenant Governor will have to accept your advice. Lieutenant Governor may reserve a bill for President. But Mr. Lieutenant Governor, please come here. I said, what? Don't use this power mechanically. Give strong reasons. Sir, what mechanically? It's like you are a mechanic. It's like you are a robo. It's like you are a machine. That a bill is sent to you by the Legislative Assembly of Delhi, and automatically this bill you are reserving for the consideration of the President. Bill comes, send for the President. Bill comes, send for the President. Bill comes, send for the President. Basically, you're delaying the governance in Delhi. Don't do it mechanically. Give strong reasons why you're reserving this bill for the consideration of the President. Otherwise, you have to sign this bill so that governance does not affect. So the real government in Delhi is the Chief Minister and his Council of Ministers. The governor, the Lieutenant Governor will have to act on the advice of the Chief Minister and his Council of Ministers. The Lieutenant Governor cannot mechanically send the bill and reserve the bill for the consideration of the President. You have to give cogent reasons, genuine reasons, strong reasons when you are reserving a bill for the consideration of the President. But in three matters, Mr. Kejriwal, come here. Law and order? Yes, sir. Law and order, land, police, I know that. I will not touch them. Very good. The case is dismissed. When the case is dismissed, something else happened. In 2021, the Parliament of India passed a law called National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Act. Because it was this National Capital Territory of Delhi Act which created a Legislative Assembly, which created a Chief Minister and Council of Ministers for the Union Territory of Delhi. Now this act has been amended. And this act says government is the Lieutenant Governor. What? Governor is the Lieutenant Governor. Sir, what does that mean? It means the real government is that of the Lieutenant Governor. But Supreme Court said the government is of the Chief Minister and his Council of Ministers, except in law and order, land and police. No, we are saying government is the Lieutenant Governor. Now this case is challenged before the court. Is this right? Is this wrong? And there is another dispute between the Delhi Chief Minister and the Lieutenant Governor on services. Who controls the bureaucrats in Delhi? Bureaucrats are appointed by the center, removed by the center, accountable to the center. Mr. Kejriwal is asking the bureaucrat to do something. He goes to Lieutenant Governor. Kejriwal is saying this. Don't listen to him. Listen to me. Can Mr. Kejriwal run the government without having any control over the officers who are responsible for implementing the decisions of the Chief Minister and Council of Ministers? That is what a 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court is hearing now. And this conflict is because there is an elected Chief Minister of a different political party and a Lieutenant Governor appointed by a different political party at the center. What is the solution to all these union territories? Puducherry, for example, since 1977, no assembly session has been concluded, no assembly session has been dissolved in Puducherry without the Legislative Assembly of Puducherry passing a resolution that we need full statehood. Give us statehood. But statehood is not given. Delhi is also asking for statehood, but statehood is not given. Ladakhis are also asking for statehood. Statehood is not given. Jammu and Kashmir is also asking for statehood, not given. Then what is the solution? The solution is that there are some states there are some areas which went for revolt, armed revolt. Manipur was given statehood because there was an armed revolt in Manipur. So succumbing to the armed revolt of the people of Manipur, statehood was given to them. Goa was initially a union territory. In 1967, a referendum was conducted in Goa. Although we don't call it referendum in real sense, we call it Goa opinion poll. People of Goa were asked, what do you think? Do you want a separate state or do you want to be part of Maharashtra? Tell us now. The people in Goa in this opinion poll, in this referendum said, we want a separate state. And that is how in 1967 onwards, a separate state was given to Goa. Goa was initially made a union territory in 1967. Then in 1987, it became a full-fledged state. The point is, because of armed revolt, Manipur became a state. Because of a referendum, Goa initially became a union territory, then a state. Now, should we wait for armed revolt in other states, other union territories, then they can be given statehood? Or should we have some sort of referendum conducted in these union territories? There lies the solution. So what is the solution? Three options could be done. Either we will give these all union territories an option, fill this form, or have a referendum, or have an opinion poll. Do you want a separate state? Or, if not a separate state, do you want to merge with a neighboring state? For example, Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli can be merged with either Gujarat or Maharashtra. Ask them, what do you want to do, so that at least they can have their representative in Legislative Assembly. At least they can have their own MLAs responding to their problems and queries and grievances. Similarly, Ladakh, if you can't make them a union territory, give them an option, merge with the neighboring state, which can be Jammu and Kashmir tomorrow. So give these union territories an option. Whether you want to become a full-fledged state, or if you want to merge with the neighboring state, or if you continue for a union territory for some time, but after some time, you should be given full statehood. That is the solution. And for Delhi, there is a specific solution. Can we bifurcate Delhi? Can we bifurcate Delhi into New Delhi and Old Delhi? Not the New Delhi and Old Delhi that we see right now, Chanakya, Puri and others, part of New Delhi, Jama Masjid and others, part of Old Delhi. Not that New Delhi and Old Delhi. New Delhi should have those areas which are directly catering to the central government business.
I didn't catch that. Could you try?
Which are these areas which cater to central government business? All the Chanakya Puri area where we have the foreign embassies. Area, the Rajpath, Kartavya Path, Rashtrapati Bhavan, Supreme Court, Central Secretariat, the new Parliament complex, all these areas where we have the Central Secretariat, all these areas where we have the Supreme Court, all those areas should be made part of New Delhi. New Delhi should be the capital, and it should be completely under the control of the central government, because it caters strictly to the central government business. And in fact, we can say that civilians should not live there. We will make it exclusively for government, central government employees. We will make it exclusively for central government business. We will make it exclusive for the foreign embassies and their diplomats and their employees. The remaining part of Delhi where the civilians are residing can be named Old Delhi, can be named Kejriwal's Delhi or anyone's Delhi, but that Delhi should be given full statehood. Full statehood so that they can have their own legislative assembly, they can have their own chief minister, they can have their own council of ministers. If you can't do that, then remove Mr. Kejriwal, we don't need it. Convert the entire Delhi into a proper union territory so that we can have governance in Delhi. Governance in Delhi in the sense, right now, the buck stops at nowhere. There are incidents of crime, there is rape. Unfortunately, Delhi known as the rape capital of India. But the chief minister says, I am not accountable for this because the police does not report to me. The central government says we are not responsible for this because the chief minister is Mr. Kejriwal. So you are passing the buck, and ultimately the governance suffers. The people of this city suffer. Instead, bifurcate Delhi into new and old. Old Delhi should be given a statehood. New Delhi should be strictly a union territory, strictly catering to the central government business. If you can't do that, then dissolve the Legislative Assembly in Delhi, remove Mr. Kejriwal, good for you, and then have a complete union territory structure in Delhi, because Delhi is a capital of India, and we cannot leave the capital of India under this uncertainty where we don't know who controls the government, whether it is the Kejriwal's government or it is the central government. Conclusion you can write in your answers. The preamble to the Constitution of India promises political justice and equality of status and opportunity to every citizen. The right to a democratically elected government at all levels is the foremost expression of this promise. Because if the promise is that of political justice, you are not giving political justice when you are separating some areas and calling them union territories without giving them representative democracy. The right to a democratically elected government at all levels, whether it is at the center, whether it is in the state, is the foremost expression of that promise. Until this right is granted to all the people who are part of the present union territories, we have a project. We are the world's largest democracy. Now we want to convert it into the world's greatest democracy. This transition from the world's largest democracy to the world's greatest democracy, this project will remain unfulfilled unless and until we give right to democracy, to democratically elected governments, to all the citizens who are now residing in the union territories. That completes our discussion on union territories. Let me know. We'll take questions. Then we'll take a break. And after the break, we will discuss Jammu and Kashmir. Which UT in India still has a chief commissioner? Now we don't have a chief commissioner. We have either lieutenant governors or administrators. Delhi High Court said the real government is that of lieutenant governor. The advice of the chief minister is not binding on the lieutenant governor because Delhi is a union territory. This position was changed when the matter went to the court, to the Supreme Court in August 2018, and the Supreme Court said no. In matters related to law and order, land and police, it is the domain of the central government. But in all other matters, the chief minister and the council of ministers will have a say. They will advise the lieutenant governor. Lieutenant governor is bound to act on that advice, except if there are some disagreements, you will have to sit through and resolve them. And mechanically, lieutenant governor cannot reserve every bill for the consideration of the president. Manipur was UT, yes. Sir, so now only New Delhi is an... Rashmi, that was a solution I gave. That does not mean Delhi is bifurcated into New Delhi and Old Delhi. New Delhi is a union territory, Old Delhi is a state. It's just a solution to the problem. Otherwise, entire Delhi, National Capital Territory of Delhi, NCT Delhi, is a union territory. What about NCT 2021 amendment? Is it valid or invalid? That's for the Supreme Court to decide whether it is valid or invalid. Manipur is a state now. It's not a union territory. It was a union territory. There were lots of union territories which were later on given statehood. Manipur was given statehood. Goa was given statehood. Himachal Pradesh was given statehood. But giving statehood is not in the interest of India. What makes you the custodian of deciding what is in India's best interests and what is not? Okay, let's take a break. Let's meet. Sir, you are giving same reason for Manipur, whether state or UT. Lakshmi, can you please paraphrase what exactly are you trying to ask? Manipur was a union territory. Now it is a state. What dispute regarding Delhi Municipal Corporation? If you're talking about the election to the post of the mayor, there was a dispute. Not dispute, it's basically political. Uh, what's that called? Can't use that word. It's basically politics. Who gets to control the Delhi Municipal Corporation? Elections were held. Aam Aadmi Party bagged large number of seats. BJP was at serial number 2. Congress obviously was at serial number 3, if at all. Now, who becomes the mayor depends upon who has the majority. The lieutenant governor appointed aldermen, basically nominated individuals to municipal councils, and gave them the right to vote. So when these nominated people have the right to vote, it basically means the central government wanted BJP to have its own mayor. Matter went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said these nominated people, aldermen, they don't have the right to vote. They can't vote. When you can't vote, elections were held for the fourth time yesterday, or elections were held for the first time after fourth try, because for 4 times they were trying to elect the mayor, and now Ms. Shelly Oberoi of the Aam Aadmi Party is the new mayor. Okay, let's meet at 8 a.m. and discuss Jammu and Kashmir. See you on the other side. Shall we start? Am I audible? Yes. Okay. Now let's look at Jammu and Kashmir, and we will look at what is Article 370 and what was Article 35 capital A. Contrary to the popular perception, Article 370 has not been abrogated. Article 370 has not been deleted. It's still part of the Constitution. But the special status to Jammu and Kashmir, because of Article 370, has been diluted. How that was diluted, we will discuss. And how Article 35 capital A was revoked, how it disappeared, that's also something that we will discuss. And to understand that, we need to understand that Jammu and Kashmir was a princely state. And there were close to 562 princely states during the British India, which were ruled by the princes. For example, Hyderabad, for example, Mysore, for example, Jammu and Kashmir, for example, Junagadh, for example, Baroda. All these were princely states, and Sardar Patel played a pivotal role, an important role to bringing majority of these princely states into the Union of India. But in integrating these princely states into Union of India, the government of India faced challenges in three areas, in three princely states. First, Hyderabad, then Junagadh, and then in Jammu and Kashmir. Hyderabad was ruled by the Nizam. It was under the control of Nizam. And Nizam basically, according to some reports, he wanted to merge with the Union of Pakistan. But then it would have remained an eyesore. That means in the heart of India, in Hyderabad, there is a place which is part of the territory of Pakistan. Then Sardar Patel, being the Home Minister, army was sent to Hyderabad, and through military action, through army action, Nizam surrendered. Hyderabad became part of India. So Hyderabad was first challenge that was faced when it comes to the integration of princely states into the Union of India. It's because of the army action that once army was sent to Hyderabad, the Nizam surrendered, and then Hyderabad became part of India. Junagadh was a different matter altogether. Because when Indian Independence Act was passed in 1947, which created two independent dominions, India and Pakistan, these princely states were given options. Either you join India, or you join Pakistan, or you stay independent. But this decision of either joining India or Pakistan or staying independent, it was not given to the people who were residing in these princely states. This right was given to the ruler. The ruler gets to decide whether my princely state will be part of India, Pakistan, or will remain independent. Junagadh, the ruler was Muslim. Majority of the subjects, the people residing in Junagadh, were the Hindus. And the ruler of Junagadh decides to join Pakistan because the right is with the ruler to decide whether to join India, Pakistan, or stay independent. And the Muslim ruler decides to join Pakistan. India objected, and naturally so. Why objected? Because Mr. Jinnah, you said that there is a two-nation theory. Hindus and Muslims are two separate communities with different ideologies. They cannot be welded together into a nation. So why are you taking a Hindu majority area into Pakistan, which is now an Islamic state of Pakistan? And ultimately in Junagadh, there was a referendum. Talks were held, and ultimately it was decided, let's ask the people of Junagadh, what do you want? Do you want to be part of India, or do you want to be part of Pakistan? An overwhelming majority of the people in Junagadh voted for India. That's how Junagadh became part of India. So Hyderabad became part of India because of military action. Junagadh became part of India because of a referendum. Jammu and Kashmir was completely opposite of Junagadh. Here the ruler was Hindu. Maharaja Hari Singh. And the majority of the subjects, the people, were the Muslims. And then this ruler, Maharaja Hari Singh, he decides neither to join India nor Pakistan. He wanted to stay independent. Which means on 15th of August 1947, there was an independent state India, independent state Pakistan, and an independent Jammu and Kashmir. And Maharaja Hari Singh was the ruler, the Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir. But in Jammu and Kashmir, there was another movement going on. That movement was for democracy. That movement was for socialism. And that movement was led by a leader known as Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah. Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah and Pandit Nehru, they were close friends. Pandit Nehru had Kashmiri roots. His father, his great-grandfather was a Kashmiri, and from Kashmir they had migrated to Allahabad and became the residents of Allahabad. So Sheikh Abdullah and Pandit Nehru, they were close to each other, and Nehru was very fascinated by Kashmir, and he wanted Kashmir to be part of India. And he had a political reason for that as well. If Pakistan was created in the name of religion, what if the Muslim majority state of Jammu and Kashmir rejects this two-nation theory? Instead of joining an Islamic Pakistan, what if it stays in a secular India? This will lend credibility to the idea of secular India, where a Muslim majority state is joining a secular India and is not in a position to be part of an Islamic Pakistan. And Sheikh Abdullah was particularly against Jinnah. He was a secular man. He did not want the country to be partitioned on the lines of religion. They both decide that ideally Jammu and Kashmir should be part of India. And Pandit Nehru persuaded Maharaja Hari Singh that you make Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah as the Prime Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. So these were the talks going on. But on 15th of August 1947, Jammu and Kashmir was an independent country ruled by Maharaja Hari Singh. But Pakistan did not like this. And Pakistan attacked Jammu and Kashmir. And through forceful action, Pakistan wants to acquire Jammu and Kashmir and merge Jammu and Kashmir with the state of Pakistan. Now, Maharaja Hari Singh is dilly-dallying. He's still not in a position to decide whether he wants to join India or not, because Pakistani army, Pakistani tribals, they have raided Jammu and Kashmir. They are reaching close to Srinagar as well. Maharaja Hari Singh flees Srinagar and goes to Jammu. And there he's having a talk with Lord Mountbatten. Lord Mountbatten then was the Governor General of Independent India. And now he's asking and requesting help from Lord Mountbatten. Please help us and save my territory from the attackers who are the Pakistani army, Pakistani tribals. Lord Mountbatten said, this way I cannot help you. In order to help you, you have to join the Union of India. You have to accede to the Union of India. After a lot of talks here and there, ultimately, Maharaja Hari Singh signs an instrument of accession. What is this instrument of accession? A document on the basis of which you agree that you want to join the Union of India. This instrument of accession was signed by all the princely states when they joined the Union of India. So in a similar fashion, the Maharaja Hari Singh also signed an instrument of accession and became part of India. This was on 26th October 1947. And the very next day, 27th October 1947, Indian Army landed in Jammu and Kashmir, and the first war between India and Pakistan broke out on Kashmir, the first of many such wars. But this instrument of accession, when it was signed, only three subjects or three powers were given to the government of India. Three powers like defense, external affairs, and communication. Defense of Jammu and Kashmir will be the responsibility of the government of India. External affairs, which means the foreign policy, will be given to the Government of India. Communication, which means ports, railways, highways, post and telegraph, all these communication channels, this subject will also be given to the central government, to the Government of India. On all other matters, it will be the government of Jammu and Kashmir which will have the power. And now, Sheikh Abdullah is the Prime Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Maharaja Hari Singh is now giving his power to his son, and Maharaja Karan Singh is now the governor, is now the Sadr Riyasat, is now the president of Jammu and Kashmir. So Jammu and Kashmir now have a Sadr Riyasat, which means the president of Jammu and Kashmir, has a Wazir-e-Azam, the Prime Minister, Sheikh Abdullah. And the Government of India now approached the United Nations. United Nations, which was created after 1945, when the Second World War got over, the principal objective of United Nations was to prevent a third world war. Government of India, with all its innocence, approached the United Nations, and basically it wanted United Nations help to stop the aggression by Pakistan, so that Pakistani troops can be sent back to Pakistan, so that Jammu and Kashmir, which has now become part of India, is a legitimate part of India. But United Nations then, as it is today, was dominated by United States. And United States and Pakistan, they became friends. Why? Because after the independence of India, Pandit Nehru and the government decided to chart an independent foreign policy. Because after the Second World War, the world became bipolar. At one hand, we had the United States of America as the first superpower. We had the USSR, which is today's Russia, as the second superpower. So the world was divided into two groups. Those countries supporting US, those countries supporting United USSR. India decided to chart its independent foreign policy called non-alignment. We will neither align with the US power bloc, nor shall we align with the USSR power bloc. We will have an independent foreign policy, non-aligned. But Pakistan decided to join the bloc of United States. United States and Pakistan became friends. United States is dominating United Nations, and United Nations is calling for ceasefire. Ceasefire in the sense, stop the fire, seize and hold your guns, no further fighting should take place. And United Nations called for plebiscite. What is plebiscite? Instead of the ruler, Maharaja Hari Singh, deciding whether Jammu and Kashmir will become part of India or Pakistan, or should become independent, let the people of Jammu and Kashmir decide where they want to go. And United Nations, curiously, gave only two options. In this plebiscite, the people of Jammu and Kashmir should be asked whether they want to join India or they want to join Pakistan. This third option of an independent Jammu and Kashmir was not given. Because United Nations was dominated by US, US was a friend of Pakistan, Pakistan wanted only two options, not independent, either India or Pakistan. And they thought that people of Jammu and Kashmir will vote for Pakistan. But Pakistan was very wary of Sheikh Abdullah. Why? Because they thought that Sheikh Abdullah, who is the most important, prominent, charismatic leader of Jammu and Kashmir, whichever way he will ask people to vote, people will vote for that identity, that entity, whether India or Pakistan. In fact, when Jinnah had come to Srinagar, the supporters of Sheikh Abdullah garlanded him with shoes. Such was the animosity between the two. So they realized that they will not get this vote in our favor if Sheikh Abdullah is there. Sheikh Abdullah and Pandit Nehru are close. So basically, we will lose Kashmir. So Pakistan did not agree with this plebiscite. United Nations had also called for demilitarization. That means first, Pakistani troops should go out of Pakistan, should go out of Kashmir, and then Indian troops will also withdraw from Jammu and Kashmir, so that in a peaceful environment, under the UN supervision, this plebiscite, this vote will take place, so that people of Jammu and Kashmir will get to decide whether you want to join India or you want to join Pakistan. These were the curious circumstances, unusual circumstances, different circumstances in which Jammu and Kashmir acceded to the Union of India. And Pandit Nehru realized his mistake. He thought that in all my naivety, I approached the United Nations. I thought United Nations will do justice. But now United Nations is playing politics. And Pakistan is now doing this politics and playing on the shoulders of United Nations. Maybe we made a mistake. When we made a mistake, he wanted to rectify it. He wanted to rectify, he went to Srinagar, addressed the people of Srinagar, and said, we will give you right to self-determination. You will determine whether you want to join India or you want to join Pakistan. If you want to join Pakistan, it will hurt us, it will pain us, but we will accept that decision. But we will also promise you a constituent assembly. What is a constituent assembly? Just like we have the Constituent Assembly of India, which is right now working to draft the Constitution of India, in the same manner, we will give you the Constituent Assembly. You elect your own representatives to Constituent Assembly. And through this Constituent Assembly, you give yourself your own constitution. And your constitution will define what should be the relationship of Jammu and Kashmir with the Union of India. So Pandit Nehru now also thought intelligently. If United Nations is saying that this decision of either joining India or Pakistan cannot be taken by the ruler, can be taken only by the people. Now we are empowering the people. You have your own Constituent Assembly. You elect your own representatives to Constituent Assembly. You have your own constitution, and that constitution created by you will define what should be the relationship between Jammu and Kashmir and the Union of India, so that we can tell the world community that the people of Jammu and Kashmir have now decided that they want to be part of India because they have created their own constitution, and that constitution talks about the relationship between India and the state of Jammu and Kashmir. But now there was a problem. The problem was, on one hand, we had the Constituent Assembly of India, which is drafting the constitution for the entire country. Jammu and Kashmir is also now part of India. There is 1/3 of our territory which is illegally captured by Pakistan. That is why when ceasefire was announced by United Nations, called by United Nations, those areas which were already controlled and captured by Pakistan remained with Pakistan, and the rest remained with India. So this line which separates the two countries is not called border, is called LOC, line of control. Otherwise, the line between the two countries is known as the border. There's a border between Afghanistan and Bangladesh, Afghanistan and Pakistan. There is a border between India and Bangladesh. But this line separating Jammu and Kashmir, one part of Jammu and Kashmir with Pakistan, the other part is with India. That line separating the two Kashmirs is known as the line of control. Now the problem is, on one hand, we have the Constitution of India being formulated by the Constituent Assembly of India. And on the other hand, we have promised Jammu and Kashmir that you will have your own Constituent Assembly. But we will have to elect members to the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. Then they will sit, then they will draft the constitution. It is going to take a lot of time, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years, maybe 6 years. For that period, till the time Jammu and Kashmir Constituent Assembly is set up, it drafts its own constitution, and that constitution created by the people of Jammu and Kashmir, which will define what should be the relationship between India and the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time, what should be the relationship of India with Jammu and Kashmir? For that, there was a temporary provision. And that temporary provision became Article 370 of Indian Constitution. Long story short, Jammu and Kashmir was a princely state. Now the ruler decides neither to join India nor Pakistan, stay independent. Pakistan attacked Jammu and Kashmir. India approached the United Nations because now Maharaja has signed an instrument of accession with the government of India. And in that instrument of accession, 3 powers have been transferred to the government of India. Only 3 powers: defense, external affairs, communication. On all other matters, the government of Jammu and Kashmir will have the power. And now, since the United Nations has called for plebiscite, United Nations has called for demilitarization, United Nations has called for ceasefire, we can't do that. Because the government of Jammu and Kashmir has acceded with the Union of India. Pakistan does not want plebiscite. So what do? Then the government played something important, gave Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir the right to draft their own constitution, so that that constitution will define the relationship between India and the state of Jammu and Kashmir. But till that time, till that happens, till that constitution of Jammu and Kashmir is created and enacted, till that time, what should be the relationship? How should we govern Jammu and Kashmir? What should be the relationship? That will be defined by a temporary provision of the constitution known as Article 370 of the constitution. And what is this Article 370? It basically says, number one, central government, which basically means the parliament, will have the power to make laws only on defense, external affairs, and communication. What does that mean? This is the Constitution of India. This is the Constitution of India. And in Constitution of India, we have Part 1, we have Part 2, we have Part 3, known as Fundamental Rights, so on and so forth. Clear? We have Schedule 7 of the Constitution, which talks about Union List, which talks about State List, which talks about Concurrent List. In Union List, there are 97 subjects. Out of these 97 subjects, 3 subjects are defense, external affairs, communication. Then there are other subjects such as banking, such as insurance, such as citizenship. Now, what Article 370 says? Only Article 1 and Article 370 of Indian Constitution applies to Jammu and Kashmir. Why? Because now we want to have some sort of a temporary relationship with the Jammu and Kashmir state. Why? Because Jammu and Kashmir will have its own Constituent Assembly. They will draft their own constitution. That constitution will define what should be the relationship between the Union of India and the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time, what should be the relationship? For that, there is a temporary provision known as Article 370. And what Article 370 says? Number one, only Article 1 and Article 370 of the Indian Constitution applies to Jammu and Kashmir. What is Article 1? India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. And this term union of states includes Jammu and Kashmir. So Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India. It is the territory of India under Article 1. That means Part 2 of the Constitution does not apply. Part 3 of the Constitution does not apply. Apart from Article 1, Article 2, 3, 4, 5, fundamental rights, directive principles, every other provision of the Constitution does not apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Only Article 1 and Article 370. That's number one. Number two, Article 370 says Parliament has the power to make a law on Jammu and Kashmir only on 3 subjects: defense, external affairs, and communication. What if there are other subjects, such as banking, such as insurance, such as citizenship? Can, on these subjects, Parliament make a law? Yes. Parliament can make law on these subjects only with the concurrence of the state government. What does that mean? If there are 97 items mentioned in the union list, out of these 97 items, only 3 items Parliament can make a law for Jammu and Kashmir. Because for other states, Parliament can make law on all the 97 items. But for Jammu and Kashmir, only for 3 items. Those 3 items which are mentioned in the instrument of accession, which are defense, external affairs, communication. But can on other items Parliament make a law, such as banking, such as insurance, such as citizenship, such as audit? Yes, but only with the concurrence of the state government. But that is about Schedule 7. What about other provisions of the Constitution? Can other provisions of the Constitution, can other parts of the Constitution, can other articles of the Constitution Apart from Article 1 and 370, can they also apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir? Yes. Again, with the concurrence of the government of Jammu and Kashmir. And for that, President will have to issue an order. Under Article 370. That means how can Parliament make a law on any other item mentioned in the state list, mentioned in the union list? For that, the President will have to issue an order. President will issue an order and will say, Parliament, you now have the right. You can make a law for Jammu and Kashmir on audit, on banking, on insurance, on citizenship, on extradition. But President cannot issue this order without the concurrence of the state government. But can other provisions of Indian Constitution apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir? Yes. For that, President will have to issue an order. But President will issue this order with such exceptions and modifications as the President may by order specify. That means other provisions of Indian Constitution can also apply to Jammu and Kashmir. How? President will issue an order. But President will issue an order only with the concurrence of the state government. But President cannot apply or can apply all the provisions of Indian Constitution, but with some modifications, with some exceptions. What are these modifications? What are these exceptions? I'll tell you slightly later. Article 370 said something else as well. No amendment to Indian Constitution shall automatically apply to Jammu and Kashmir without the concurrence of the state government. That is why if you are reading laws prior to 2019, whenever a law was passed, you would see it would be mentioned this law is applicable throughout the territory of India except Jammu and Kashmir. This amendment to the Constitution will apply to the entire country except Jammu and Kashmir. Why? Because Article 370 said no amendment to Indian Constitution will automatically apply to Jammu and Kashmir. It will apply to Jammu and Kashmir only if the concurrence of the state government is given. If the state government says no, this amendment will not apply. If the state government says no, this union list cannot apply to Jammu and Kashmir. If the state government says no, this part of the Indian Constitution will not apply to Jammu and Kashmir. But since this is a temporary provision, till the time Jammu and Kashmir will have its own constitution, Article 370 has a self-destructive clause. What is that self-destructive clause? That means it can kill itself. Article 370 will cease to exist, or will cease to exist with some modifications or with some exceptions, as the President may by order specify. But this presidential order cannot be issued unless and until there is concurrence of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. Long story short, since Jammu and Kashmir will have its own Constituent Assembly, this Constituent Assembly will frame its own constitution, which may take some time, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Till that time, how should we govern Jammu and Kashmir? What should be the relationship? For that, a temporary provision was added to the constitution known as Article 370. And what Article 370 says? Number one, only Article 1, which says India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states, applies to Jammu and Kashmir. And Article 370. Apart from these two articles, no other article of Indian Constitution applies to Jammu and Kashmir. In Schedule 7 of the Constitution, we have union list, state list, concurrent list. In union list, there are 97 subjects. Only 3 subjects have been transferred to the Parliament of India. Parliament can make a law for Jammu and Kashmir only on defense, external affairs, communication, not on other 94 items. no amendment of Indian Constitution will apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir unless and until the government of Jammu and Kashmir accepts. Can other parts of Schedule 7, can other parts of the Union list, other than defense, external affairs, communication, can those parts be made applicable to Jammu and Kashmir? Yes. How? Under Article 370, President will issue an order. And President will issue an order and say, other 94 items can apply to Jammu and Kashmir. But President cannot issue this order without the concurrence of the state government. Can other parts of the Constitution, fundamental rights, directive principles, elections, unions, states, audit, can it apply to Jammu and Kashmir? Yes. But only if President issues an order under Article 370, called a presidential order. But President cannot issue this order without the concurrence of the state government. But Article 370 itself has a self-destructive clause. I can cease to exist. I am Article 370. Or I will cease to exist with some modifications. But how will I cease to exist if President issues an order? But President will issue this order only with the concurrence of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. If they don't give the consent, you cannot delete, you cannot modify Article 370. And Article 370 further says, even Article 370 cannot be amended without the concurrence of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. That was the temporary relationship that Jammu and Kashmir had with the Union of India. But when this temporary provision continued, then there were talks between Pandit Nehru and Sheikh Abdullah. Gopalaswamy Iyengar, he was the representative of the central government in having talks with Sheikh Abdullah. Basically, the talks were, how can we bring Jammu and Kashmir closer to the Union of India? Why? Because as of now, only Article 1 and 370 applies. If we have to apply other provisions of Indian Constitution, for that we need concurrence of the state government, which is headed by the Prime Minister, Sheikh Abdullah. If we want other provisions of Union list to apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, for that we need the concurrence of the government of Jammu and Kashmir. So as of now, we need to bring the two areas, two entities together closer to each other, Union of India and the state of Jammu and Kashmir. For that there were talks. Talks continued and suddenly Sheikh Abdullah was arrested. In 1953, Sheikh Abdullah was arrested by one police constable. He was in Gulmarg. He was arrested. He was at a hill station in Gulmarg, was arrested. Why? Because that is known as Kashmir conspiracy case. The government alleged that Sheikh Abdullah has had a change of heart. Maybe he wants to establish an independent country, or maybe he wants to join Pakistan. Sheikh Abdullah was arrested in this case known as Kashmir conspiracy case. But he was not sent to jail. He was sent to Kodaikanal in Tamil Nadu at a hill station. Sheikh Abdullah, it is similar to Kashmir. Enjoy the greenery, enjoy the mountains. Sheikh Abdullah said, but my son, what will happen to my son? Who's your son? Farooq Abdullah. Don't worry. We will send him to Savai Man Singh Hospital and Medical College. He will do an MBBS degree. In fact, according to reports, whether true or not, I don't know. In fact, his fee was paid by Pandit Nehru. So it's a political decision. Sheikh Abdullah, you go, enjoy Kodaikanal, and he remained in jail for close to 22 years. He was only released, he was released multiple times midway, but finally, once and for all, he was released in 1977, 1975, 1977. The point is, when Sheikh Abdullah is gone, his deputy, Bakshi Ghulam Muhammad, is now the Prime Minister. And now this Prime Minister is having talks with the central government to bring Jammu and Kashmir and the Union of India close to each other. But Bakshi Ghulam Muhammad said, we have some conditions. What are the conditions? We need to preserve our jobs. We need to preserve our land. We need to preserve our property. How do we do that? Because in 1921, the Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir has passed a law known as State Subject Law. What was that state subject law? Kashmiri Pandits, the Dogras, they approached the Maharaja. Why? Dear Maharaja, His Holiness, if people from Punjab and other wealthy areas of North India will come to Jammu and Kashmir, they will snatch our jobs, they will snatch our property, they will take over our land, so we need to protect. Maharaja asked these Dogras and Kashmiri Pandits, what do you want? He said, no outsider can buy land in Jammu and Kashmir. No outsider can buy property in Jammu and Kashmir. No outsider can get government job in Jammu and Kashmir. We need to protect our land, property and jobs. And for that, Maharaja agreed, and a state subject law was passed in 1921, under which no outsider who is not from Jammu and Kashmir can buy land, property and get jobs in Jammu and Kashmir. Bakshi Ghulam Ahmad said, we need to protect this. The government of India said, we will protect this, don't worry. But how can you protect? Said, why? You have fundamental rights chapter. In that fundamental rights chapter, you talk about right to equality. A right to equality for all the citizens. If people of Jammu and Kashmir are also your citizens, Punjabis and those from Gujarat, Maharashtra and Tamils, they are also the citizens of India. How can you discriminate by allowing only the citizens of Jammu and Kashmir to buy land, property and get jobs in Jammu and Kashmir and not allow outsiders? How is that possible? How will you protect us? How will you protect these fundamental rights? Similarly, you have fundamental right under Article 19, freedom to settle and reside anywhere in the territory of India. That's under Article 19, the fundamental right to every citizen. So how can you say that a citizen from Gujarat cannot reside and settle in Jammu and Kashmir? How is that possible? I said, don't worry. I said, why? Because under Article 370, there is a protection. Such other provisions of this constitution, such other provisions, that means apart from Article 1 and 370, other provisions of Indian constitution, other provisions means fundamental rights as well, will apply to Jammu and Kashmir, but with such exceptions and modifications as the president may specify. So don't worry, we will create exception for you. And what is that exception? Presidential order will be issued. And the presidential order of 1954 was issued. And this presidential order of 1954 was celebrated in India. Why celebrated? Because it brought Jammu and Kashmir close to India. When Article 370 was being debated in the Constituent Assembly, Dr. Ambedkar rejected this. Dr. Ambedkar said, you can't have two systems in India, one for Jammu and Kashmir, one for the rest of the country. Others also objected. But Gopalaswamy Iyengar, who was the pointsman between the government of India and the government of Jammu and Kashmir, he said Jammu and Kashmir has acceded to India under unique circumstances. And in these unique circumstances, we need a unique solution to this problem. Later on, the Home Minister, Gulzari Lal Nanda, he said, don't worry about Article 370. Article 370 is like a tunnel. And through this tunnel, the rays and light of Constitution of India will travel to Jammu and Kashmir. So don't be worried about Article 370. It is through Article 370 that Indian Constitution will apply to Jammu and Kashmir. Pandit Nehru was asked, what have you done? Pandit Nehru said, don't worry. Article 370 gis jayegi. So we will use it to a point that it will be of no relevance, no value whatsoever. And it happened in 1954. What happened in 1954? Before this presidential order, because presidential order can be issued with the concurrence of the state government. Now there is no Sheikh Abdullah, there is Bakshi Ghulam Ahmad. With the concurrence of Bakshi Ghulam Ahmad, president's order was issued in 1954. And through this president's order, what happened? Other provisions of Indian Constitution applied to Jammu and Kashmir. Other subjects mentioned in the Union list applied to Jammu and Kashmir. And this order was celebrated in India. It is because of this order that Supreme Court became applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. Election Commission became applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. Comptroller and Auditor General became applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. Finance Commission became applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. Directive Fundamental Rights became applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. Emergency provisions became applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. So that is why Gulzari Lal Nanda perhaps was right. It is through this Article 370 tunnel that other provisions of Indian Constitution became applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. And one by one, most of the provisions of Indian Constitution got applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. But this presidential order, while it was celebrated throughout the country because it brought Jammu and Kashmir closer to the Union of India, nobody paid attention to Article 35 capital A. What is Article 35 capital A? Article 35 capital A, which was part of the Constitution of India, this Article 35 capital A empowered the state government of Jammu and Kashmir. That what Jammu and Kashmir government you can do? You can identify who are your permanent citizens or permanent residents. And only those who are the permanent residents, they can buy land, they can get jobs, they can get property and buy property, and they can get scholarships from Jammu and Kashmir. Others said, how is Article 35 capital A even possible? Said, why? Article 35 capital A is part of Indian Constitution. Yes. Can Indian Constitution be amended by a presidential order? We thought President's Constitution can be amended only by Article 368. Only if a bill, constitutional amendment bill, is passed by both houses of the parliament, that too by special majority, then you can amend the Constitution. But here the president is issuing an order amending the Constitution, adding Article 35 capital A. That's problem number one. And problem number two is you are violating the fundamental rights of other citizens of India. How can you empower the government of Jammu and Kashmir to define who are your permanent residents, and only those who are the permanent residents, they can get jobs, they can buy land, they can buy property, they can get scholarships in Jammu and Kashmir? You are violating fundamental rights chapter. Matter went to the court. And in multiple judgments, the Supreme Court upheld Article 35 capital A, saying there is no problem with Article 35 capital A. Why? Because Article 370 Clause D talks about this. Such other provisions of Indian Constitution can be fundamental rights. That does not mean that entire fundamental rights chapter will apply to Jammu and Kashmir. This fundamental rights chapter can be subject to such exceptions, such modifications as the president may by order specify. And the president has specified in this order that fundamental rights will be applicable to Jammu and Kashmir, but for others, it will be restricted. For others, there are exceptions. For people of Jammu and Kashmir, there are modifications. Only you have the right to buy land, property, jobs, and scholarships in Jammu and Kashmir. But nobody paid attention to Article 35 capital A. Mostly it was celebrated because this presidential order brought Jammu and Kashmir closer to the Union of India. So Gulzari Lal Nanda was right that it is through this tunnel of Article 370 that other provisions of Indian Constitution applies to Jammu and Kashmir. After Bakshi Ghulam Ahmad came another Prime Minister, Mir Qasim. He said, what is this Prime Minister, Sadr-e Riyasat? We will change the nomenclature. Sadr-e Riyasat will be known as the governor. Wazir-e-Azam, the Prime Minister, will be known as the Chief Minister. And one by one, on the morning of August 5, 2019, out of these 97 subjects which are mentioned in Union List, 94 subjects were applied to the Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir, the only thing that was part of Article 370 that left in Article 370 was no amendment to Indian Constitution will automatically apply to Jammu and Kashmir. And Article 370 shall cease to exist only with the concurrence of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. So one by one, almost all the provisions of Indian Constitution were made applicable to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, to such a point that there were 94 items in the Union List applicable to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Finance Commission, fundamental rights, all the provisions of Indian Constitution, barring few exceptions, were applicable to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. That is why some said that Article 370 was hollow. On August 5, 2019, the very substance was diluted over a period of time. When Presidential Order of 1954 was issued, it is this presidential order which was modified multiple times. This Presidential Order of 1954 was modified when Election Commission was made applicable, was modified when Supreme Court was made applicable, was modified when Union Public Service Commission got applicable, was modified when Comptroller and Auditor General got applicable, was modified when emergency provisions got applicable, was modified when Prime Minister became Chief Minister, Sadr-e-Riyasat became the governor. But on August 5, 2019, the government decided to dilute Article 370. Why? Because it was the promise of the BJP. Right from the time the BJP came into existence as a political party in the 1980, it had three core objectives that it wanted to achieve. One, construction of a Ram temple at Ayodhya. Second, enactment of a uniform civil code in India. And third, abrogation of the special status of Jammu and Kashmir, Article 370. Why? Because they didn't want, and it's the ideology of a political party. You don't want in a country to have two constitutions. Constitution of India, Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir. You don't want in a single country to have two flags. Flag of Jammu and Kashmir, flag of India as well. You don't want that system to be in place. But even before that, in the year 2017, a case was being heard by the Supreme Court. This case was heard by Justice Rohinton Fali Nariman. And Justice Rohinton Fali Nariman said Article 370 is the permanent article. Permanent article, that means it cannot be deleted. Why? Because Article 370 has a self-destructive clause. It says, I will cease to exist, or I will exist with some exceptions and some modifications, but only if the president issues an order. But president cannot issue this order without the concurrence of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir was dissolved in 1956. In 1956, it gave Jammu and Kashmir its constitution. And Article 1 of Jammu and Kashmir Constitution said, we are an integral part of India. Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of the Union of India. That Constituent Assembly got dissolved in 1956, just like the Constituent Assembly of India got dissolved in 1949. So there is no Constituent Assembly. So before its dissolution, Constituent Assembly did not recommend to the president, issue an order and delete Article 370. So when it did not, that means Article 370 has become permanent article in the Constitution, according to Justice Rohinton Fali Nariman. But on August 5, 2019, the government decided something else. How? For that, you need to understand that in 2015, elections were held in Jammu and Kashmir, and no political party was in a position to form the government. No political party got the majority. And then two ideological opposites, the BJP and the PDP, decided to come together. Initially, Mufti Saeed became the chief minister, who was previously the home minister. He died. Then his daughter, Mehbooba Mufti, became the chief minister. And then the BJP withdrew support to this government. When BJP withdrew support to this government, the state of Jammu and Kashmir was placed under governor's rule. This was something unique for J&K. For other states, the states were placed under president's rule under Article 356. But Jammu and Kashmir can be placed under governor's rule, first for a period of 6 months. Governor's rule according to the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir. If there is breakdown of Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir, then governor's rule for 6 months. If in 6 months the situation is still not okay, no government is possible, then president's rule will be imposed under Article 356 of the Constitution. And when this governor's rule was imposed, and later on president's rule was imposed, now various political parties decided to come together. National Conference, Congress, PDP, they decided to come together, we'll form the government. BJP and another political party, People's Conference, led by Sajad Lone, they decided to come together. Both approached the governor. Governor said, what do I do? Both are claiming that they will form the government. Governor called Delhi. What do I do? Don't do anything. Dissolve the Legislative Assembly. Legislative Assembly was dissolved. When Legislative Assembly was dissolved, in President's rule, who is the state government and who is the legislature? Who is the Legislative Assembly? State government is the president, who will govern through governor. And legislature is the parliament. Because whenever president's rule is imposed in a state, there is no chief minister, there are no council of ministers. There is no legislative assembly either, because now it has been dissolved. Now, who acts as the legislative assembly of Jammu and Kashmir? Parliament. Who is the state government in Jammu and Kashmir? President through his officer, who is the governor. Then August 5, 2019, early morning, Prime Minister and the cabinet, they're meeting. After the cabinet meeting, they approach the president. Here is an advice. What is that advice? We are giving you an order to issue the presidential order issue a presidential order under Article 370. Issue a presidential order under Article 370, but that recommendation should come from the state government. Yeah, we have our government there. Who is the state government? State government there is the governor. So we have got the recommendation from the governor. Take it. So what do I do now? Issue the presidential order. But what do I mention in this presidential order? The entire Indian Constitution shall apply to Jammu and Kashmir without any exception, without any modification. And this is the Presidential Order 272 issued by the President. What does that mean? Can other provisions of Indian Constitution apply to Jammu and Kashmir with some exceptions or modifications, as the President in his order specify? Apply to Jammu and Kashmir? Yes. But for that, we need the concurrence of the state government. Now, who is the state government in Jammu and Kashmir? Governor. Governor is advising the President, please issue the presidential order. I am giving you the permission because I am the state government. Issue the presidential order and say the entire Indian Constitution, without any exception, without any modification, shall apply to Jammu and Kashmir. That means this presidential order of 272, it basically replaced presidential order of 1954. What was the presidential order of 1954? Not the entire constitution, but a major chunk of the Constitution of India got applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. But there was an exception as well. What was that exception? Article 35, capital A. What was that exception? That the state government is empowered, that you define who are your permanent residents, so that you can say that only your permanent residents will have the right to own land, property, get jobs and scholarships in Jammu and Kashmir. That was the exception created by Presidential Order of 1954. But now President is issuing an order in 2019. And the President is saying the entire Indian Constitution, entire Constitution, now not only 94 subjects, all the 97 subjects, the entire Constitution of India from part 1 till part 25 will apply to Jammu and Kashmir without any exception, without any modification. That means when without any exception, this was the exception, 35 capital A. Now because of this presidential order, Article 35 capital A disappeared. Now Jammu and Kashmir is just like any other Indian state, where the entire Indian Constitution is applicable to the state of Jammu and Kashmir without any exception, without any modification. to prevent something from happening, the government decided that we should also repeal these provisions that are mentioned in the Article 370. Article 370 talks the provisions of Article 238 shall not apply to Jammu and Kashmir. Power of Parliament will be restricted to those which are mentioned in the Union list: Defense, External Affairs, Communication, those who are part of Instrument of Accession, such other list which the government of the state, president may by order specify. Other modifications will be there. All these things we want to delete, we want to get rid of. So we want just one line in Article 370. What is that one line? The very next day, August 6, 2019, Presidential Order 273 is issued. What is that order? In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 3 of Article 370. What is Clause 3 of Article 370? That Article 370 has a self-destructive clause. It will cease to exist or will exist with some modifications as the President may by order specify. And what is that order? That Article 3, that the President on the recommendation of the Parliament, interesting word is, on the recommendation of the Parliament, is pleased to declare that from 6th of August 2019, all clauses of Article 370 shall cease to operate, except the following, which is, that is Article 370, which had clause 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, D. All these clauses are gone. There will be only one clause. And what is that clause? All provisions of the Constitution, as amended from time to time, without any modifications or exceptions, shall apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. That's it, which means Article 370 is now diluted. Instead of having multiple clauses, now there is only one clause. The entire Constitution applies to Jammu and Kashmir. But sir, how is that possible? Why? Because this self-destructive clause said Article 370 can cease to exist or exist with some exceptions and modifications as the President may by order specify, but only with the concurrence of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. But there is no Constituent Assembly. And look at the beauty. The beauty is Article 1 and Article 370 applies to Jammu and Kashmir? Yes. What about other articles? Can other articles of Indian Constitution apply to Jammu and Kashmir? Yes. But for that, President has to issue an order. That too with the concurrence of the state government. Clear? Right or wrong? This much is clear? Perfect. Other articles of Indian Constitution with such exceptions and modifications will apply to Jammu and Kashmir. That means you can modify other articles of Indian Constitution when you are applying them to the Jammu and Kashmir state. One such article which was modified was Article 367. What is Article 367? Article 367 talks about interpretation. What is Article 367? Whenever some terms are mentioned in the Constitution, what do these terms mean? For example, Parliament, for example, Governor, for example, Constituent Assembly. What do these terms mean? Their explanation, their interpretation is given under Article 367 of the Constitution. And now what the government is doing, President is issuing an order under Article 370 with the concurrence of the state government, who is the Governor Satyapal Malik. And through that recommendation, the government, the President is modifying Article 367. How? The term Constituent Assembly, which is mentioned in Article 370, means Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. Interpretation. Article 367 talks about interpretation of the Constitution. If there are some terms in the Constitution which you want to interpret, you want to clearly define, explain, for that we have the explanation in Article 367 of the Constitution. Now, what President did, applied Article 367 to Jammu and Kashmir. When applied Article 367 to Jammu and Kashmir, with some exception. What is the exception? That in Article 370, this term Constituent Assembly, it basically means you can interpret it as Legislative Assembly. Because there is no Constituent Assembly, we will replace it with Legislative Assembly. Now, when on August 6, 2019, Article 370 is to be declared ceased to exist, with only this exception, President issued an order. Cabinet asking the President, please issue an order. Said, now what order? Yesterday I issued an order that the entire Indian Constitution will apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir without any exception, without any modification. Satyapal Malik told me that. I have his concurrence. I issued that order. Now, what is the order that you want me to issue? Said, now entire Article 370 has various clauses. We want all these clauses to go. We just want one clause to be there. Do it quickly. Said, that I can't do. Said, why? I can issue this order only with the concurrence of the government of Jammu, concurrence of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. Said, don't worry. Said, why? Previously, yesterday, you issued an order, and through that order, you talked about Article 367 getting applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, yes, with some exception as well. Yes, yes, yes. You said in that exception that Constituent Assembly term mentioned in Article 370 means Legislative Assembly. Yes, but there is no Legislative Assembly. We know there is no Legislative Assembly. But when the state is under President's rule, there is no Legislative Assembly. Who acts as the Legislative Assembly? Parliament. We will get the recommendation, concurrence from the Parliament. Said, okay. And the very next day, Parliament passed a resolution on the recommendation of the Parliament, which is acting as the Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir, which means it was the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir, which is the Legislative Assembly, which right now is the Parliament, is now giving concurrence to the President of India, issue the presidential order, and Article 370 ceases to exist. And that is how the special status of Jammu and Kashmir ceased to exist. The entire Indian Constitution is now applicable to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. That completes our discussion. Any questions? Let me know. Can we buy land in J&K? Yes, you can, but it's very expensive. Article 370 has not been deleted, it has been modified. And now instead of 4 clauses, this is the only clause that is there in Article 370. Now, whether what was done was right or wrong, that is for the history to judge. And whether this was constitutional or unconstitutional, that is for the Supreme Court to decide. This petition was filed in 2019, challenging how it was done, how Article 370 was diluted. But this case has not been heard by the Supreme Court. It's 2023, so it's pending for more than 3.5 years. Once it is decided by the court, it is to be heard by a 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court, a constitution bench. Then let's see what the court will have to decide. When elections will be held in J&K, that's for the Election Commission to answer. What happened to J&K Constitution? Jammu and Kashmir Constitution ceases to exist. It doesn't exist now. So 35A was removed automatically with presidential order. Not required, Constitutional Amendment Act, no. Because for Jammu and Kashmir, you can apply other provisions of constitution without Article 368, only by a presidential order. Did J&K take part in presidential election? Since there is no legislative assembly, which means there are no MLAs. When there are no MLAs, that means they are not part of the electoral college, which means they did not participate in the president's election. Okay. Now let's look at emergency provisions. We'll discuss Articles 352 to Article 360. What are these emergency provisions? In normal circumstances, our constitution is federal. Clear? That means distribution of powers, dual government, one government at the center, one government in the state. But there are some provisions in the constitution which we call emergency provisions. These emergency provisions, they convert, albeit temporarily, that means although temporarily, a federal structure into a unitary structure. What does that mean? If there is war launched by China on India or by Pakistan on India, or if there is a dual-faced war, twin-edged war, China attacking on one side, Pakistan attacking on one side, how can we resist this aggression? For that, we need to empower central government so that central government can take all possible decisions, because central government has the nuclear weapons. It's under the control of the central government that we have the army, we have the air force, we have the navy. So central government is best equipped to deal with the situation. During that period, our constitution becomes unitary. So whether it is state or a union territory, parliament will make a law. Parliament will decide all the executive actions. Central government will have all the powers. So emergency provisions are those provisions which, although temporarily, convert our federal polity into a unitary polity. Why? The rationale is to safeguard unity, integrity, and security of the country. That means we can talk about federalism slightly later, but first let's stop Chinese and Pakistani aggression. We can talk about dual government distribution of powers later, but first keep the country united. The unity, integrity, and territory of this country should be kept intact. Till there is a threat to that, our constitution becomes unitary. Or what if there is a state where there is a threat to the constitution, where there is a threat to the political system? Political system in the sense, one government is formed, this government resigns, another government is formed, that government resigns. So it is not stable government in that state. There is an allegation of money being exchanged to topple the governments, to set up the governments. The democracy, the political system is in danger in that state. For that state, legislative assembly can be dissolved, the government can be dismissed. Let's have central rule over that state. But for some time, once the situation becomes normal, we will come back to being a federal polity. So our constitution is like amphibian. It is both federal when it is normal, and then it becomes unitary when there are abnormal circumstances, such as war, such as external aggression, such as threats. Those provisions which convert our federal polity, although temporarily, into a unitary polity, those are what we call emergency provisions. And we will discuss three emergency provisions. Article 352, which talks about national emergency, 356, which talks about president's rule, 360, which talks about financial emergency. Clear? Done. National emergency under Article 352 has been imposed 3 times in India. First, when there was Indo-China War in 1962. Second, when there was 1965 war, 1971 war between India and Pakistan. 1971 war, which led to the emergence of Bangladesh as an independent entity, and then in 1975 on the grounds of internal disturbance. And it is this third emergency which was imposed is considered to be the highly controversial one. So national emergency has been imposed 3 times in India. First in 1962 because of India-China war, then in 1971 because of India-Pakistan war, and then in 1975 because of internal emergency. Then you might ask, sir, what happened in 1965 war? Was emergency not imposed in 1965? The emergency which was imposed in 1962 was revoked in 1968, which means during 1965 war, the nation was already in a state of emergency. Clear? But what happens in national emergency? Constitution says if the president is satisfied. Now we know this is not the personal satisfaction of the president. This is the satisfaction of the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. If the president is satisfied because of war, because of external aggression, or because of armed rebellion, what the president may do, president may proclaim national emergency. But president may proclaim national emergency in the entire country or a state or a part of that state. That means it is not necessary that we have to impose emergency in the entire country. Either we can impose it in the entire country or in a particular region, particular territory, particular state, or a part of that state, emergency can be imposed. When emergency is imposed on the grounds of war or external aggression, we call it external emergency. When emergency is imposed on the grounds of armed rebellion, we call it internal emergency. But what is the difference between war, external aggression, and armed rebellion? War is always declared. Pakistan declares war on India. India declares war on Pakistan. India declares war on China. China's war is always declared. But what if there is an aggression? That means threat coming from abroad, threat coming from outside the territory of India. Maybe the other country is not involved, but maybe some elements of that country, they are involved and they are trying to violate the unity, integrity, and sovereignty of India. That's what we call threat to India, but not from a country, but from any other entity, external aggression. An armed rebellion is when the threat is coming from internally, from India. Maybe there are separatist groups, maybe there are terrorist organizations, maybe there are Maoists and the Naxalites. They want to overthrow the government of India. They want to liberate their states from the Union of India. That is what we call armed rebellion. When they are raising arms, and through ammunition, they want to attack the unity, integrity, and sovereignty of India. So national emergency under Article 352 has been imposed 3 times. 62, 71, 75. 75 one was the controversial one, and we will discuss why and what happened after that. Constitution says under Article 352, if the president is satisfied, but this is not the personal satisfaction of the president, it's the satisfaction of the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. If the president is satisfied, now what can satisfy the president? That there is war, because of external aggression, because of armed rebellion. And because of this, there is a threat to India's integrity, unity, integrity, and sovereignty. What the president may do, president may proclaim national emergency. But this national emergency may not be proclaimed after the war has been declared, or after external aggression has started, or after armed rebellion has broken out. The president may proclaim national emergency even in the anticipation. Even if the president anticipates that there may be a war, there may be external aggression, there may be armed rebellion, in that case, the president may proclaim national emergency. And once national emergency is proclaimed, it can be proclaimed either in entire country or any state or any part of that state. Clear? But what is the validity of this national emergency? For how long does this national emergency continue? Listen to me carefully. National emergency proclaimed by the president on the advice of the cabinet. Clear? National emergency is proclaimed, then within 1 month of its proclamation, both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, what they have to do, they have to approve national emergency. How will you approve national emergency? By passing a resolution. This resolution should be passed by special majority. By 2/3 of the members present and voting. If this resolution is passed, then this national emergency will continue for 6 months. If you want to continue and ahead and proclaim, extend national emergency, it can be extended for another 6 months. But the same process is to be followed. Can it be extended further? For another 6 months. Another 6 months, another 6 months, another 6 months. No upper limit. So what are you saying? If national emergency is proclaimed today by the president, for how long will this national emergency continue? It will continue for 1 month. But within this 1 month period, both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, they have to approve this national emergency. And how can they approve? Lok Sabha separately will pass a resolution by special majority. Then Rajya Sabha separately will pass a resolution by special majority. If it is approved, then national emergency continues for 6 months. Can it be extended further? For another 6 months, but get the approval by both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha again by special majority. Can it be extended further? By another 6 months, but get the approval by the parliament. Every 6 months, parliament will have to approve this continuation of national emergency, but there is no upper limit. Why? Because we don't know for how long war will continue. We don't know for how long external aggression will continue. We don't know for how long armed rebellion is continuing in India. There is no upper limit, but every 6 months, parliament will have to give the approval. What if one house gives the approval, other house does not? National emergency will be revoked by the president. This is how national emergency is proclaimed, and national emergency continues for 6 months at a time, can be extended further, n number of times, there is no upper limit. But how can this national emergency be revoked? How can this national emergency be revoked? Number one, at any time by the president, on the advice of cabinet. Second, if one house rejects the resolution, three, on judicial order, because the proclamation of national emergency is subject to judicial review. If national emergency is proclaimed, you can approach the court and say, my lord, there was no need for national emergency. This national emergency was imposed for horrible reasons. No reason justifies the imposition of national emergency. If the Supreme Court is satisfied, national emergency can be revoked on the order of the Supreme Court. A special power given to Lok Sabha. What is the special power given to Lok Sabha? Under Article 352, Clause 8. If Lok Sabha passes a resolution by simple majority. President shall revoke national emergency. So what is national emergency? When it can be imposed? For how long will it continue? When can it be revoked? National emergency, once it is imposed, it can be revoked at any point in time by the president. Because president proclaims national emergency, president can revoke national emergency, but only on the advice of the cabinet. This is not the personal decision of the president. Second, if one house accepts national emergency, approves national emergency by special majority, but the other house rejects this, national emergency will have to be revoked by the president. Third, if the judiciary gives an order, because the proclamation of national emergency is subject to judicial review. If the court is satisfied that there was no reason to impose national emergency, president will have to remove it on the orders of the judiciary. Fourth, a special power is given to Lok Sabha. This power is not given to Rajya Sabha. This power is given to Lok Sabha. What? If Lok Sabha is in session, 50 MPs will write to the speaker that speaker, we want to discuss national emergency. And it is binding on the speaker to conduct a discussion on national emergency. But if the Lok Sabha is not in session, these 50 MPs will write to the President of India. Dear President, please convene a special session of Indian Parliament, of Lok Sabha. We want to discuss, debate the national emergency. And it is binding on the President to call the session of Lok Sabha. And in this Lok Sabha, not the power to Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha only. If Lok Sabha is given a power, if Lok Sabha passes a resolution by simple majority, basically this is a resolution calling for the discontinuance of national emergency. We don't want national emergency to continue. It shall be binding on the president to revoke national emergency. Because this resolution would be a statutory resolution. And we have discussed yesterday that only the statutory resolution is binding on the president. So a resolution passed by the parliament under the provisions of the constitution, under Article 352 of the constitution, becomes a statutory resolution. And this resolution is binding on the president. The president shall revoke national emergency. But what is the impact of national emergency? What exactly happens during national emergency? There is an impact on fundamental rights. The first and the foremost impact is on fundamental rights. When national emergency is imposed, on the grounds of war or external aggression, Article 19 is automatically suspended. Although calling it automatic suspension would not be legally right, Article 19 is not suspended. Basically, its enforcement is suspended. That means during national emergency, when it is imposed on the grounds of war or external aggression, your Article 19, even if it's violated, you cannot go to the court. And it is natural as well. It's normal as well. There are bombs falling from the sky. How can you say I have the fundamental right to assemble at a public place? The government's primary focus should be on curtailing, limiting the impact of the war and defeating the army. Why should you be allowed to have the freedom of speech and expression, to assemble peacefully, to form unions, associations, to protest? That is why immediately the first impact of national emergency is, if it is imposed on the grounds of war or external aggression, Article 19 is automatically suspended, which means its enforcement is suspended. You cannot approach the court. What if emergency is imposed on the grounds of armed rebellion? Then the president will issue an order under Article 359 and suspend Article 19. That means first is impact on Article 19. If it is imposed on the grounds of war or external aggression, Article 19 is automatically suspended. If it is imposed on the grounds of armed rebellion, Article 19 is not automatically suspended. If the president wants, he can issue an order under Article 359 and suspend Article 19. What about other fundamental rights? Other fundamental rights can be suspended by the president by invoking Article 359, except Articles 20 and 21. All other fundamental rights, whether Article 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 22, 23, every fundamental right can be suspended except Article 20 and 21. Which means, if Article 20 is violated, which means Parliament passes a law, a criminal law, and says this criminal law will enter into force from a previous date, giving a retrospective effect to a criminal law. If this happens, you can go to the court. Then you can knock the doors of the court, because Article 20 is enforced during national emergency. And during national emergency also, your right to life cannot be violated. Your right to life cannot be snatched. So except Article 20 and 21, all fundamental rights can be suspended by the president on the advice of the cabinet by invoking Article 359. Then there is an impact on state legislature. There is an impact on state executive. And there is an impact on Lok Sabha. When national emergency is in place, the term of Lok Sabha is 5 years. What if national emergency is imposed and the term of 5 years is about to get over? In this situation of war, can we organize elections to elect MPs to Lok Sabha? We can't do that. That means during national emergency, the term of Lok Sabha is extended 1 year. National emergency is imposed, we can't organize elections, the term of Lok Sabha is extended by 1 year. Same goes with Legislative Assembly as well. The term of Legislative extended by 1 year. Can it be extended further for another 1 year? Extended further for another 1 year? Extended further for another 1 year? There is no upper limit. Why? Because we don't know for how long war, external aggression, armed rebellion will continue. The term of the Lok Sabha, the term of the Legislative Assembly extends 1 year at a time. And during national emergency, we say our federal polity gets converted into a unitary polity. Unitary polity in the sense, Parliament now has the right to make a law on any list, even if it's under a state list. That means normally there is distribution of powers. Legislative Assembly has the power to make a law on state list and concurrent list. Parliament has the power to make a law on union list and concurrent list. Now, during national emergency, Parliament has the power to make a law on state list as well. That is the impact of the state legislature. That means we can say that entire federal polity is converted into a unitary polity. In a sense, Parliament has the power to make a law on any item mentioned in the state list. Unitary polity. Similarly, there is an impact on the state executive. In normal circumstances, directives can be issued by the center to the state, but these directives are not binding on the state. They're not coercive in nature. There are some directives which are coercive in nature, but others are not. For example, which are these directives which are coercive in nature? For example, I told you, children of linguistic minorities. And I specifically gave the example, if there are Marathi linguistic minorities in Tamil Nadu, it is the duty of the Tamil Nadu state to provide education till primary stage for these Marathi linguistic minorities in their mother tongue, which is Marathi. What if Tamil Nadu fails to do that? Center will issue an order to Tamil Nadu and ask Tamil Nadu state to provide educational opportunities to these linguistic minorities in their mother tongue till primary stage, till 5th stage. And if Tamil Nadu violates this directive, it can be dismissed. It can be dismissed, president's rule can be imposed. That means there are some things, some directives, which are binding on the state, but other directives are not. But during national emergency, every directive of the center becomes binding on the state. Every directive becomes binding on that state. Police will be under us. Don't appoint a DGP. If you have appointed a DGP, you will be dismissed. That means during this national emergency, if the state government is violating any directive of the center, the state government can be dismissed. It can be placed under the central rule. That is what we say is part of the unitary constitution feature. That means state governments exist at the discretion of the center. Center can at any point in time abolish a state. Center has the power to make a law for a state. During national emergency, we become the same unitary setup, where there is a state legislature, but parliament can still make a law for that state, bypassing the law passed by the state legislature. There is a state executive, but state executive is kept under the control of the center. Center can issue any directive to that state, and if the state is violating that directive, dismiss that state. That is the impact of national emergency. But there was a misuse of national emergency in 1975, when Srimati Indira Gandhi asked the president to impose national emergency. And then to prevent the misuse, abuse of 352 article of the Constitution, 44th Constitutional Amendment Act was passed in 1978. And what is that 44th Amendment to the Constitution? Let's meet tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the morning, and discuss. So tomorrow we'll discuss the remaining portion of national emergency. Then we will discuss President's rule. Then we will discuss financial emergency. Then we will discuss various schedules of the Constitution, Schedule 1 to Schedule 10. Then we will discuss previous year's question papers. And we will have a class, an extra class on Saturday. And the timing of this class will be 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. We'll take an extra class on Saturday, 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. And we will discuss some important center-state relation topics on Saturday. So Saturday, although normally there is no class, but we will have a class this time. Can we do tomorrow? Need to go to work. Mother, tomorrow also there is a class. So classes are from Monday to Friday normally. Tomorrow also we will have a class, but we will have an extra class on Saturday. When will we discuss judiciary? The schedule is provided to you. Please go through that schedule. There is a mention of when judiciary is to be covered. Last two topics will be elections. Last two lectures, elections. Prior to that, 2 lectures on judiciary. Seven to 10 a.m. is for your benefit. Otherwise, I'm okay to take the class at 5 o'clock in the morning as well. I thought you will kill me if I will ask you to wake up at 6 o'clock again on Saturday. That is why 7 to 10. Okay, see you again tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the morning. Tomorrow we will discuss previous year's question papers as well. Bye-bye, take care, stay safe. See you tomorrow.